Hello. Welcome. I'm ever so slightly disorganized this morning. Um, but I'm live. It feels dark. Maybe it's just my screen is dark. I am Imogen. Or Ginny. Or two. Ah! I hear my own stream. I don't want to hear my own voice. That's gross. Um, Definitely can't be having any of that going on stream. Uh, yeah. Echo is bad. And if my voice is at all coming through somehow on stream, that's bad too. So we don't want that. But I don't think it should be for any reason whatsoever. Okay. Try again. Hello, welcome. I'm live. Ah. It's stream time. Back to the regular streams as opposed to the special unusual stream yesterday. We're back. Hello, Ishmael. Hello, Kathzik. My voice is calming. Thank you. I I feel like I get that a lot, and I don't know what it is I do that makes it calming. I also think it's interesting because I've used different voices throughout my time streaming since I started. And I mean, I guess that's a trans thing to have different voices. Um, and in all cases, I think people have commented that they like my voice. Maybe that's just a Twitch thing because I'm talking to y'all. I'm not sure, but I can do this voice. This is like neutral. We can do like a really low, laid back voice. We can like incorporate like some vocal fry into it too. Um, and I can bring it much higher and have something soft and nice and really kind of airy. But this one, I usually lose it if I'm not thinking very intentionally because my voice wants to come back down to, where puberty sent it to multiple years ago. The world's on fire, so bringing peace is a gift. I agree. Yes. When things are difficult, right? The best thing we can do is support each other and bring peace to each other, and you know try to make our lives collectively better, and peace is important. Peace and safety. I agree. My teacher added a to be continued to the homework. The question would have continuing parts in the next homework. That seems like really messed up. Like I feel like a homework should be a a single event, right? Like you get your homework and it's like a one-time thing. And I mean, I guess people have like projects though. Maybe if it's like a really big problem, like let's say you were doing some like big old well, let's say you were doing a poem. Let's say your homework was to analyze a poem, and it's like we're gonna stick with this poem for multiple homeworks. I think that makes sense to really like dive into something. Though I've never written homework. Uh, this class, this Twitch and YouTube University class of Imogen's poetry stuff does not assign homework. Thank God. Um, so there's that. It's it's February 11th, which means it's like almost Valentine's Day, and I think that's kind of cool. Uh, I guess I'm actually streaming on Valentine's Day, right? If Valentine's Day is a Saturday, today's the 11th, 12th, 13th. Yeah, we're gonna stream on Valentine's. That's cool. Maybe I should pick out some like love poems to read on stream or something. Thank you for the follow, also. Um, Maybe I should do that. Should next stream be like a my favorite love poems kind of thing, and we read them and talk about them? I don't know. I don't know if I have favorite love poems. I guess I've written love-ish poems. I've written poems around the idea of love. I've never have I given someone a poem as a romantic gesture? I have. Um, I've done that once, and that relationship ended. So that's one data point against giving people romantic poems. uh, Today will just be a normal reading chats poetry kind of day, as the stream title tends to suggest. I don't know what's in the submissions or what we're necessarily going to read, and we'll maybe also wait a few minutes either way. But that's cool. Um, Yesterday was a very special kind of fun stream that was a stream together, which was my first time doing that, which was Twitch Writers Night, which is kind of cool. Oh Jessica like did this event and brought together like 6 different streamers and had them like read their writing and kind of perform, and that was really cool. And I was part of that, and I read some poetry, which is neat because I don't read my poetry all that often. So it's a little treat. You redeemed stretch. I can stretch. Stretching is good. I've already actually stretched a lot today. But I can stand up and show off that I'm wearing a skirt. Um, uh, yeah, I woke up and stretched this morning right off the bat. That's something I often like to do, is to just wake up and then do my like a bunch of yoga-y, calisthenics-y kind of stretches and exercise and like headstand kind of stuff. I really dig that. It's good for my mind and body. Then I took my dog on a walk, so it's been like a good morning. It's been kind of fire actually, and I also hangboarded, which is like a thing on the wall that has like rock climbing type ledges on it, because I rock climb. Feeling like very strong lately in the forearm department, which is good. Asher, welcome. How are you? It's been some time. I don't know when the last time you were around. How's school? How's uh the other side of the world? Are things well with you? I hope they're well with you. It'd be it'd be good if they're well with you. I think it's good for people to be good, you know. I prefer that. I prefer if the people who are around me are happy. Though they can't always help it. I'm not gonna blame someone, you know. I'm very tired from exams. I did my English lit exam today and I fucked it. Is that like a positive? You bent that test over and fucked it? Or is that a negative, like you fucked up? I guess it could go both ways, depending on inflection. Uh, I'm it's giving negative. Yeah, negative. Okay. um, but yeah, I'm chill, I guess. I mean, I think the good thing is that getting graded on literature is a joke, right? And I think it's a silly. Did anyone vote in the poll? Did it just end with no decision? Ah, I'll burn rose incense. Um, like, um, uh, mm, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's an English test, and if you're writing and you're reading and you are being critical of language and engaging with it, then like I don't know. A test is a pretty silly um way to measure that, especially to measure something very subjective. But you know that. I mean, we've talked about that kind of stuff often and always on this stream. So, yeah. I think fucking a test doesn't have a positive connotation in the Anglo world. Yeah, I'm thinking the same, but like I feel like fucking kind of just goes both ways. Being a fucker is bad, yes, for sure. But like one can say like, yeah, I fucked that up. I fucked that food up. And that's like I ate it. And I ate all the food. And one can say like that food fucked me up. And that's not good, right? In my last test, my teacher said what I wrote was too advanced. So he couldn't give me marks. So I tried to dumb it down. I think I dumbed it down too much. Um, well, what I would say, Asher, to that is, you know, school kind of sucks, right? Like, high school sucks. And you have to go through all these, like, arbitrary sort of rules and, like, shut up and listen to the teacher and sit still for, like, multiple hours. And it's mostly, like, unpleasant and not conducive to learning. And I would say that, like, in the case of this, right, it's English, and I think probably English literature is something you at least like a little bit if you're a poet, because we tend to enjoy language. So I would say to like engage with it as much as you can, however you want. Uh, up until the point where it literally makes you fail, right? Because like trying to conform to get like the right grade, to get the A, I don't know. Like, first of all, a C is great. If you got a C, you passed, right? And like, I don't know. Like, if you're writing the assignment or the essay or whatever, and the way that you write it that's advanced and that engages with it, like, sort of genuinely, if that helps you enjoy English and enjoy school and not make you, like, hate showing up, which I'm sort of coming from my perspective where I really hated high school a lot of the time, and I hated the restrictive nature of grading and classes and all of this stuff. But I think just like, the fact that you were like advanced on the first one probably means you were like engaging with it, right? I homeschooled my kids through high school, but we actually learned interesting stuff. School, play the game if you can. A lot of us can't. Right. I think it's cool that you homeschool your kids. I've always thought about this, like, even since I was in, like, probably middle school. I was like, when I grow up, if I have kids, I'm gonna homeschool them. Like, I knew this from a very early time. Like, this was just the impulse. And I thought it was really cool that some people were homeschooled and had that sort of freedom of learning that school doesn't really provide, right? Ooh, there's a comment in YouTube. That's cool. I like your takes on poetry, but what are your takes on prose? Any favorite novels? Yeah, I mean, I have lots of takes on prose, I would say. Um, my favorite novels are, hmm, like, 100 Years of Solitude by Gabriel Garcia Marquez is up there. I am currently reading the first volume of In Search of Lost Time, and it's very quickly becoming my favorite work of fiction I've ever read. I really like Nabokov, particularly Invitation to a Beheading. Lolita is an incredibly well written book as well. Um, Ursula K. Le Guin, Left Hand of Darkness, if we're going in the sci fi direction, and to that extent Dune as well for his politics, Frank Herbert's politics, and the writing of that book is pretty masterful. Um, yeah, I don't know. Toni Morrison, I've read a little bit of her. I really liked it. Her writing was very vibrant. Um, I'm kind of writing a novel, but not really. English has it good that it really eliminated the top bias up to a good degree. Both tops and what? Oh, both tops and bottoms fuck each other, and there's less implication. That's crazy. I don't know. I don't. um, both tops and bottoms fuck each other, and there's less implication. Huh. Interesting. So that's like a quirk of the language you're saying? That's wild. Um, 2 hours and 15 minutes to write 4 essays about 15 poems. Two are chosen at random by the exam board about a musical that is so ass it makes me want to die. And two poems I've never seen before. Kill me, bro. What? Whoa, wait. 2 hours and 15 minutes to write 4 essays about 15 poems? That's like insane. Right? Right? Like, it takes me 2 hours sometimes to engage with on a critical level like one or two poems. If I'm on my own, maybe I can like really analyze like 3 poems, 4 poems in that time. To write 4 essays in that time? What are these what are these freaking uh academic standards? I don't know. What is sad is that a lot of people don't have the resources to homeschool their kids. Yeah, it's very unfortunate, and I think that it does suck. I guess there's an economic barrier to it. I just sent my newest poem. Sick. We might read that one, because other people who have submitted before aren't really in chat, and you're new, Happy the Hound. So cool. Um, Wattpad says story rankings, the new Shifter King most impressive ranking. I'm not a Wattpad user. Um, so I'm not exactly sure what you're saying. Uh, yeah, just not a Wattpad individual myself. Never really went in that direction. Nobody thinks about it when you say I'll fuck you in many languages. Why is it bad? It would only be bad in one certain bad context. Hence, it's constantly subtly implied in cussing. Yeah, I mean, like, cussing has that implication of stuff, right? Um, okay, you can fuck up a test. It's like a verb plus preposition. Yeah, you can fuck up a test. A test can fuck you up. Same with food in both directions. Uh, and the conversation earlier was like, Arson said they fucked the test. And I'm like, ooh, did you fuck it or did you fuck it? And there's a vaguity in that language. I feel life should start with retirement. Like you get 30, 40 years to just enjoy your life before getting to the part that sucks. Hold on. I feel like life should. Oh, wait. Wait, so are you saying that, like, what do you mean? Wait, you get 30, 40 years to enjoy your life before getting to the part that sucks. Do you mean, like, do you mean we should start working once we've had 30 years of life to enjoy it? Or are you saying that we should work and then retire? Because I think that's, like, how the world works, except retirement really sucks because capitalism doesn't really allow that to happen very well, right? Like, we waste our best years with work and studies. Yeah, we do. Um, I think it's tragic that, like, it really hurts me to see like young people who really buy into like the grind set and or like the FIRE, what, financial independence, retire early, those people, it really bothers me because I'm like, what are you doing? Um, and I mean, especially people who are financially fortunate and have the freedom to do whatever they want and then choose to like grind. Uh, like yeah, I'm in a very fortunate financial situation where I can like live with my parents and they support that I'm doing art. So I'm trying to do my cool art thing at least until like I have to do otherwise, right? Um I'm not going to take the main quest if I don't have to in this capitalist world. Um that being said, a lot of people just are not fortunate. And yeah, as Asher says, old people can't work as hard from the efficiency standpoint. So, and we live in a society built on efficiency, right? Which is not an ethical principle, not a good principle, but we do. So, are we going to overthrow the government or what in Minecraft? I mean, I think that would be cool if we did that. Even if we did that not in Minecraft, right? Um, I'm still getting used to having two chats. It's kind of wild. It's kind of crazy. Um, yeah. Anyway. um, yeah. I mean, the government's bad. The entire way that like the world functions on a sort of fundamental assumptions level is bad. I think we need more than like individual government overthrow. I'm just not sure how that happens. IPL's adulthoods isn't that bad, but the rules are all different than the Gen X's youth. Yeah, I mean, like our generation is really depressed and really miserable, and a lot of us aren't really like making it to adulthood. Like we kill ourselves a lot, right? Um, and we're like charging into a world of like increasing wealth disparity, more so than ever. And I mean, all the war stuff is like the same. There's always like a, looming war in the world, or a current war, or genocide. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's probably been an ongoing genocide, like at any given time for the last 150 years, right? Um, but things are bad. Um, yeah, I don't know. Let's see. So yeah, the world sucks, I guess. Right? Complete system upheaval, arson. Yes. Probably would be good. Don't know how it happens. Happens through community. Happens through intentional reframing of sort of group values and I don't know mutual aid and stuff. Probably. I don't know. I don't agree with the idea that you have to deserve your retirement and eventually not have it if you're not healthy enough. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, right? The world sucks. And it'd be better if the world was less hostile and you didn't just like die. But the world sucks. Most people don't enjoy it because they're sick. Yeah. One question would be cool if I shoot my shot for the Valentine's stream, if there will be any. I mean, you can submit whatever poetry you want. It's kind of funny. Um, did I get in just in time for the depression talk? Just in time for the politics and depression and the world is miserable and everything is bad. I mean, not really. We'll try to keep it light. Happy the Hound. Wattpad says it's a good book, basically, when it comes to the dark theme. Oh, were you recommending a book? Is that kind of what's happening? Um, you were recommending the new story ranks of the new Shifter King. So, but like, why are you recommending this? Like, what is this story? I mean, it's something on Wattpad. Oh, but it's like a book. Oh, this is like a romantic fantasy. Is this a book that you vibe with? This is like a huge series. Lisa Blackwood. Dude, I don't know. If you vibe with that, sick. Oh, it's your book? Wait, it's your book. Oh, wait, that's super cool. So your books are like popping off then. That's awesome. That's a different book. Okay. Well, I am glad that your book, not that book, is popping off on Wattpad. I think that's cool. Uh, that's sick. Glad we pieced that together. Um, in my school, uh, was 2,000 kids when I started out. Of those kids, over 1,700 reported on an anonymous survey they had thoughts of ending it. Yeah, that's what is that, 85%? Yeah. Shouldn't be putting too much hope into this generation to change things, right? We already lost the hope in ourselves, it seems. I'll be outside yelling at this goddamn fucked up global order equals US federal government. Gather your own circle together, care for your own people. Yes. Um, find immediate community, find people who will hold you, right? Who will care. These are all good. Uh, Vigilius, I don't have depression. I have melancholia. I like that. I like that more. I think we got to rebrand depression to melancholia, and then everyone will be better because we'll all be in like our dark fantasy, dark academia, melancholia aesthetic, and that'll make things better, right? I like that. That's good. I personally got out of my melancholia and am now pretty happy and optimistic in life, which is cool. We're fucked up as a generation. Yeah. I wonder, are you the same gen as my kid? I am 21 years old. I think you said your kid's 17, which would mean I'm the same generation as that person. I think Gen Alpha is maybe kids who are like 12 and under or something, uh, who are like the crazy. Did stream crash? Uh, huh. Is stream still here? Are we good? Are we alive? Stream reboot? Okay. Sorry about that. That doesn't usually happen very much. Hmm. Well, we are live again. I see that the session is back. Um, yeah, it all looks okay. Okay, welcome back. I don't know why that happened. I guess the Wi-Fi just stopped for a second, you know? Oh well. Okay. Just Twitch crash, not YouTube. Interesting. Um, usually happens after 2 hours, 30 minutes. Yeah, right? That's messed up. Um, that's so early. Anyway, it looks like we're all back to being alive and well and having stream health. Cool. It's the 6-7 generation. I mean, yeah. I mean, my generation is also kind of that. Like, but we're like a step removed from like 6-7 was birthed by Gen Alpha. And Gen Alpha is making the memes now instead of us. So yeah. Okay, game. I'm going to lurk and read. Have a good stream. Yes, enjoy reading. That's awesome. My trans daughter is 24. Stay safe, y'all. Carry mace. I don't have mace, nor do I carry a mace, but yeah, I don't know. Not a mace user. Um, should I be carrying mace? I guess that would like protect me. I don't I don't think I'm necessarily in immense danger of being attacked in my community, which is good. I think that's probably good advice for a lot of people though, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're in Georgia. Um, yeah. That's different. Yeah, I live in Las Vegas, which is a city and a fairly progressive place. I mean, it's Sin City, right? I feel like we do a lot more outrageous things in this town than have queer people. But there's like a very sizable queer community here, so there's that too. Uh yeah. Okay, let's read some poetry, I guess. I don't want to entirely just yap forever cuz I make the claim that this is a channel where poetry happens. This need to like tighten this thing. You need to go there. I had my camera all moved around from the other stream that I was doing, and I was experimenting with some camera stuff, so this might be a little bit jank and need a second. Need to. Why doesn't it? It's like it's bent. Anyway, um, that one is black. Of course, it's just dark. We're gonna get it though. But bam, bam, bam. Camera. Cool. Okay, this. I think that actually looks okay. That's good. Um, let's see. We'll add this. What is today? The 11th? I did not set this up before, obviously, so we're gonna continue wallowing in my unpreparedness. Stream 211. We'll put some pictures in this in a second. But yeah, we're gonna do some poetry. Okay. This is a channel where poetry happens. We just have a long warm up. Right. I mean, it's good to talk. It's good to, you know, vibe, catch up on the events of life. Um okay. But yeah, community closeness. Um what was I saying? Oh, Happy, you said you up to read a chapter 1 of my book or no? I don't do prose super often on stream because it's long, right? It's hard to read that much because like it's just a lot of words. So I'd rather do the poem that you just submitted if that's okay. Um unless that's not, I mean, you just submitted it, so I presume you're open to me reading that one, right? Last time it was mine, it was terrible. Dude, Leon, you're like an awesome writer. Shut up. Um, the only thing closing in on us is the Eastern Front. I guess so. Yeah. Not a problem? Okay. Awesome. Then we'll do a poem from Haffy. And this is your first poem sent onto stream. I think you just joined stream today, which is super cool. Um and you figured out the Discord all by yourself, which is excellent. I feel like people come in and they get lost and then they send their poetry in the wrong places. So, um, you know, props to you for putting it in the right spot. This is called Song of Wolves, which is cool. It seems like you have quite a canine inclination between being called Haffy the Hound and Song of the Wolves, which is cool. I think animals and all of that are a great place to have artistic expression. Yeah, and furries are cool. Most of them. Yeah. Not personally a furry, though. I should be. Here's Song of the Wolves. How can I... Oh, I just need to move this over. Freaking, I hate this app. This app is actually great that I'm using for this note-taking stuff, but it's also sometimes really obnoxious to like move stuff around and get it all lined up and have it function how I want it to. But once we get going, it looks pretty good, and we create beautiful creations of scribbling on poetry like this stuff. So that's always good. I like having colors and having infinite scroll canvases. That's very important to me. I can't be limited by the size of a canvas. Okay. Enough tangenting. Enough meandering through speech and such. Here's Song of the Wolves. We're going to read it a few times. We're going to talk about it. We're going to break it down. And I will ask you, Haffy the Hound, beforehand. This is all very optional. If you have any, like, questions going into this, or thoughts, or things you want me to look out for, or context, totally cool if you want to keep all of that a secret and have me go in blind. But if you have specific intentions with sending this poem, it's always good to know. If you're like, I hate this and I want to make it better, or these parts, these are my favorite parts, so pay attention to those. All that kind of stuff is fine, So that's all a possibility. Oh, and we got a raid on Twitch. Welcome in, EJ, Sean, and viewers. Thank you so much for the raid. We are just starting a poem, so you came in at the right time, it seems. If y'all on Twitch do not follow EJ Sean, what are you doing? I mean, come on. There are lots of writers on Twitch, so you gotta follow everyone else too. Absolutely hope you have a good stream. Yeah, I hope yours was good. Have a good go, and take care of yourself. Streaming is hard. Anyway. Welcome in, Nikki. Here is Song of the Wolves by Haffy the Hound. Not really just sharing? Cool. Well, I'm gonna dive into it and probably talk about it a lot. I don't know if you've seen any of my stuff before, but we talk for a long time. Song of the Wolves. Beneath a moon of silver light, where shadows stretch and stars burn bright, across the hills and frozen groves, there rises song, the cry of wolves. I like that near rhyme, groves and wolves. Not one you'd think about. It drifts along the winter air, a haunting hymn both wild and fair. Through pine and peak, through stone and snow, a timeless truth the wild ones know. Their padded steps on frost-bound ground make not a single wasted sound. Like drifting smoke, like whispered breath, they move between the lines of death. With amber eyes and fur of night, they slip between the dark and light. No chain can hold, no wall can prove the restless hearts of roaming wolves. Together bound by blood and bone, yet fiercely proudly each alone, they lift their voices long and strong and braid the cold with ancient song. This verse is great. The valleys wake, the mountains hear, the trembling sky draws silver near, for in that cry so deep, so full, there beats the heart of every wolf. And when the dawn spills threads of gold across the ridges sharp and cold, they fade like mist in morning's glow, but leave their echo in the snow. Song of the Wolves. So, Haffy, since I think you're new here, what I usually do when I read poetry is I really break it down and analyze it and talk about it. And talk about like, what does this mean? What is it doing? What can we learn from this poem? That kind of stuff. So we're going to dive into it. And the first part of that is reading it again, because reading things twice is very good for comprehension, or more than twice. 2 is really the minimum. So here's the poem again, for everyone who didn't catch everything, which is all of us. Song of the Wolves. Beneath a moon of silver light, where shadows stretch and stars burn bright, across the hills and frozen groves there rises song, the cry of wolves. It drifts along the winter air, a haunting hymn both wild and fair. Through pine and peak, through stone and snow, a timeless truth the wild ones know. Their padded steps on frostbound ground make not a single wasted sound. Like drifting smoke, like whispered breath, they move between the lines of death. Like that line. With amber eyes and fur of night, they slip between the dark and light. No chain can hold, no wall can prove the restless hearts of roaming wolves. Together bound by blood and bone, yet fiercely, proudly, each alone, they lift their voices long and strong and braid the cold with ancient song. The valleys wake, the mountains hear, the trembling sky draws silver near, for in that cry so deep, so full, there beats the heart of every wolf. And when the dawn spills threads of gold across the ridges sharp and cold, they fade like mist in morning's glow, but leave their echo in the snow. We have this great sort of theme of like dichotomies happening, or like a sort of black and white in this poem going on. Darkness and light, the lines of death, dark and light, this sort of like aloneness yet togetherness. We have, the dawn, and we have sort of the night here. I don't know if we say dusk in specific anywhere. No, I don't think so. And we, it has this like mystical feeling to it, right? We have like them fading away and being these sort of ethereal things. I mean, saying that something slips between dark and night, moves between the lines of death. We're giving them this sort of, I don't know, maybe like spirit-like quality. I think it really serves to be very like, it feels very reverent of nature, right? And we have these great descriptions, within verse, which is awesome. Pine and peak, stone and snow, frozen groves, hills. We're doing so much to like describe the setting and the scenery in this poem. Valleys, mountains, right? Ridges. Really doing a good job of like painting the picture. And it's very like storytelling. Like we're kind of following the individual wolf or wolves and their song and how they move throughout, their steps, their eyes, the different parts of them, something internal, blood and bone, right? So we have this aspect of like the literal story and the anatomy and like the place in which they are, and like these visceral elements kind of placed against the spiritual, fading as mist, trembling skies, this like essence in the beating heart, these kinds of feelings. I really like a lot of these things. Leon, you say you can already tell it's quite good. There's a lot of lyricism in it. Classical rhymes is my jam. Yeah, and I think one of the big things contributing to that is that we have very regular verse and rhyme scheme. There's maybe only like a couple little irregularities, and I think that adds impact. Like the rhyme scheme only really breaks when we have like prove and wolves, which don't really rhyme, but they have like a feeling of rhymingness with this OVE, even though they're different sounds. And groves and wolves to some extent does a similar thing. But otherwise we have this pretty simple, you know, light, bright, groves, wolves. So we have this AA, BB, air, fair, snow, no, CCBB. We kind of come back to this B, this O sound, sound. There's a lot of this like round, like ow, ow, oh, ooh, prove, wolves, bone, alone, even like strong to some extent. And I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Gold, cold, glow, snow. I mean, these aren't all exactly like a rhyme. Like gold and glow don't really rhyme, but we can almost take everything with this like ow, ooh, like kind of sound and like lump it in maybe all as one rhyme happening. And even like this awe, where all of this is like the same rhyme. And then we have some variations of like air, eth, breath, night and light again. But a lot of it. And like, why? I mean, maybe intentional, maybe not. But all of this is kind of the sounds of howling, right? That's kind of what it's giving to me, you know, is that we have all this like, ow, ow, ooh, right? And I'm, you know, like, it's like giving the sonic quality at the end of each line of like this feeling of wolves howling in chorus. And they're all slightly different. And I think maybe that contributes to that feeling. Oh, woo, yeah. I don't know if I'm going to literally howl on stream. I don't know. I don't think y'all can get me to do that, but um but yeah, it has this awoo going throughout, and that's super sick. Um and you know, along with this verse, we're doing iambic, da-dum, 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 beneath a moon of silver light where shadows stretch and stars burn bright, ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. This, you know, always gives motion. A lot of people talk about iambic meter as something of a heartbeat, which I generally like agree with this sentiment. Ba-bum, 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 ba-bum. And right, we're talking about like wolves kind of going through these like snowy places. We talk about like the wolves and like their literal heartbeats too. Why is my computer's actually being like incredibly annoying right now? Holy shit. Can you do the thing? Oh my gosh. Oh, that's why. Hold on. Yeah. Sorry. So the iPad does this really annoying thing with the Mac where it'll like automatically like connect these screens together, and if I move my mouse too far, the mouse like goes onto the iPad and I can like control this with my mouse, which gets in the way of things. Anyway, the rhythm is, yeah, we're talking about rhythm and this like heartbeat, right? With this ba bum ba bum ba bum, and it is like something running, or you know, like a heart beating. And we're talking about, you know, we have this like kind of big line in the middle, this big section about the hearts of the wolves and this like inherent restless soul that they have. And I think that just like fits really well with what the, actual craft of the poem is conveying. We have howling and we have this like loping run, and it feels wolfy. um and I think it really does serve to make the wolf something more than mundane, right? I mentioned the idea of like spirits and reverence, um, where these aren't just wolves, right? We almost have these wolves, it feels like, as like symbols. Like the wolf is a symbol for something greater, and the poem almost like takes us through this symbolism that happens, right? We have a lot of things that it like points to as being connected to the wolf. They, you know, kind of sing this haunting song, both wild and fair. They are timeless, or they have a timeless truth. They, don't waste sound, whispered. They exist on this threshold, the lines of death, dark and light. They have this freedom, this restlessness. Fierce, proud, right? We're creating a lot of like broader, kind of higher emotional, symbolic connections. It's like this poem is like taking us through, the essence and the meaning of what it is to be, a wolf, which is cool. And the hearts here, those connect. And I think a lot of these things have a pretty strong like through line. Right? I sort of said it at the start, this like dichotomy where, yeah, they're pack oriented and can still be alone. They are both wild and fair. They are, you know, whispered yet crying. They are dark and light. They exist on this threshold. Yeah, alone and together. And then like once they're like looked at in actual light, they sort of disappear. We give them an ethereal quality throughout the whole poem. And it's as if they're symbolizing something that's like, I don't know. I mean, it's certainly like non-human, but almost non-real, right? You have written songs. It makes sense. This is very like musical. Those are type phrases. Haunting him, pink peak. Yeah, we have a lot of like really great sound things going on. Almost like too many to like capture all of them, right? But we have shadows stretch, and we have even shadows stretch and stars. We have frozen groves, which kind of brings us back to shadows. The rises song, so we have this like alliteration happening. Cry internally rhymes with our end rhymes, bright and light here, drifts along the winter air. Along in song, we like connect through the stanzas. a haunting hymn, right? Haunting hymn, HH, both wild and fair. It drifts along the winter, drifts and winter. We have assonance through pine and peak, through snow and snow, stone and snow. We do this a lot, where we have these like two things, right? Many things are presented as two: stone and snow, pine and peak, haunting hymn, even like winter air. Like any noun is almost like two things: frozen groves. Shadows stretch. They're not just shadows. They're shadows that stretch. I mean, that's sort of a stretch, but, silver light, not just light. And then, frostbound ground, single wasted sound, make not a single wasted sound. Great rhyming, like drifting. We also use like drift a lot. I think drift happens maybe just twice. But we have these like drifting, mist, like echo, I don't know, even like trembling. These things that feel fuzzy and vague. And again, that word I keep coming back to, like ethereal. Braid, the cold. They slip. They roam. And then this softness is presented against and alongside sharpness, right? Against these whispers and these drifting, we also have, fierceness, and we have proudness, and we have sharp ridges or whatever, sharp and cold. We have other things somewhere. Blood and bone, walls, chains. So we're characterizing the wolves really as two things, like soft and collective and magical. And then that's against like wild and harsh and strong and powerful and crying, right? And it really, like, I don't know, it that sort of contradiction, I mean, it is like wolves, like they're cute fuzzy little guys that love each other, and they're also, ferocious, and they will like just eat you, right? That's cool. This poem's like a painting. I can feel and see it. Yeah. It's just like very consistent description. I think the consistency is what helps, right? We really have like two ideas. Pretty much everything in the poem fits into either describing like harshness or softness. And then against like a backdrop again of like the silver moon and the glowing dawn and the harsh mountain and the bitter cold, where like really everything in this poem is fitting neatly into these like this idea of opposition. And I think that, if one were to imagine a painting, it would have these really deep shadows and these really bright whites, and also these sort of, mystical gray, right, in betweens. I don't know if we're talking about gray wolves or white wolves. I think most wolves are gray, and that's really fitting again, right? We have all this white and black, we have all this dichotomy, and wolves exist in the gray. That's pretty cool. Vigilius, need to go. See ya. Thanks for stopping by. Glad you watched for a bit. Wolves is a metaphor for masculinity. That's always been between canines and felines, men and women. even though that's the kind of code I like to break. Yeah, wolves definitely have the masculine energy, right? The lone wolf, like, man who can do it all on his own and is tough and rugged. But I also think this poem doesn't lean into that sort of trope of the wolf. Like, it talks a little bit about them being solitary, right? Fiercely, proudly alone. But I think the work actually does a good job of presenting something more nuanced, where they have this like familial, communal, warm, magical, you know, moon femininity, right? Uh, the moon is often like a feminine symbol in literature. Of course, wolves howl at the moon. Maybe that's part of why they get a masculine association, because they point toward the moon, right? But maybe that, I don't know. You also have a poem about werewolves. That's cool. Make a few of those images more complex. Push beyond the alliterative phrases. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe that's something that could happen in this poem, right? I feel like togetherness is somehow a masculine thing. Yeah, I think, like, I don't think togetherness is like one or another, generally. In this poem, maybe we should like dive into this idea more, this idea of masculinity, and where that, if that falls in this poem, if this poem is really discussing, right, masculinity, who holds the power in every species to make new life. Yeah, I mean, femininity is like the fundamental, masculinity is like the external. But, you know, can we interpret this poem as, I mean, you know, both men and women have the fundamental power to make new life, right? Women carry it, men sort of donate it. One howls at the moon, one is the moon, right? But what was I gonna say? Oh, masculinity, femininity, whether that's present. So the moon itself, we talk about very, very often as a feminine symbol, right? This has like the associations with like menstruation and cycles and all of that stuff. So it certainly like gives us a good start, like beneath the moon, the wolf as something that looks toward, you know, the wolf as something separate from femininity. Like, we could go in that direction. Of silver light where shadows stretch and stars burn bright, across the hills and frozen groves there rises song, the cry of wolves. It drifts along the winter night, a haunting hymn both wild and fair. Like, I think masculinity associates itself with wildness, right? Like, this has like a masculine element, but like, to me the wolves are just like, they're depicted, their cry, as both wild and fair, right? It's visceral and it's beautiful. And this is some of the stuff to me that maybe suggests like a transcendence of them being a purely masculine symbol. Maybe. Through pine and peak, through stone and snow, a timeless truth the wild ones know. Again, like, timeless truth against like wild, against impulsive. They go beyond that, right? Yes, wild savagery, uncontrollable energy. Yeah, all masculine things. Their padded steps on frostbound ground make not a single wasted sound. Like drifting smoke, like whispered breath, they move between the lines of death. I love this line. I think it was like one of the first things I underlined when I was reading this. It's great. Masculinity in animals is to protect the group. True. With amber eyes and fur of night, they slip between the dark and light. No chain can hold, no wall can prove the restless hearts of roaming wolves. Together bound by blood and bone, yet fiercely proudly each alone, they lift their voices long and strong and braid the cold with ancient song. See, I don't know. I don't think I can really justify this poem as a poem about, like, a poem that's, like, looking toward masculinity or femininity or, like, talking about, like, necessarily, like, gendered things as a theme. I feel like, if anything, like, these ideas come up and then the wolves in their, like, mystique have a way of transcending this. And maybe this is my, I mean, it's all subjective, right? It's analysis. Nothing I'm saying here is right or wrong, nor can it be. But you know, I obviously am someone who looks toward the non-binary aspects of gender, so that could be a bias in how I read it. But I don't know. Cries deeps full, there beats the heart of every wolf. And when the dawn spills threads of gold across the ridges sharp and cold, they fade like mist in morning's glow, but leave their echo in the snow. You know? Like, it's about wolves. More so than wolves as something. It's more like the essence of wolves. Yeah. With amber eyes and fur of night, they slip between the dark and light. No chain can hold, no wall can prove the restless hearts of roaming wolves. And there's, like, this aspect that comes throughout the poem a few times. Which I think there's a big theme of, like, freedom. If not freedom, then just, like, I mean, maybe it's, like, the freedom of, like, nature and of, like, a sort of pure instinct is something this poem seems to touch on a lot, right? They're sort of free from, you know, death itself, this poem says. They move like drifting smoke, you know, not like wolves. They don't waste sound. They're free from inefficiency. They're timeless. They're free from time. Like, these wolves truly are just, like, transcending every big thing. They're transcending time, space, gender, death. I mean, pop off, right? That makes them better than me. Right? Wild and fair. They're transcending that as a dichotomy. And I think it's, like, it's through, you know, it's through taking, like, a dichotomous thing, being together and being alone, being masculine and being feminine, being dark and being light, and by, like, sort of smashing that dichotomy by synthesizing it, you know, if to use a, like, Hegel word, then that is how, like, the dichotomy is transcended, or by, like, seeing that it is not real, by just, like, walking through it, I guess. Valleys wake, the mountains hear, the trembling sky draws silver near. For in that cry so deep, so full, there beats the heart of every wolf. And when the dawn spills threads of gold across the ridges, fade like mist in morning's glow, they leave their echo in the snow. I just like this poem. This is like, I mean, it's just clearly so like loving toward the subject, right? Um, we're gonna pause there for a moment. We're gonna take a quick little break on stream because we are like an hour and 20 minutes into stream, and I've been sitting down, not moving. So this is a mental break slash movement break. Please stand up, stop looking at your computer screen, remove your mind from thoughts of poetry and analysis and wolves. I mean, you can think about wolves. And we'll be back in 3 minutes. So yeah, stand up, move, rest your mind, drink water, snack, whatever, bathroom, whatever you like to do. Do it. Go get peanuts. Sure. Welcome back. It's me, Imogen. It's like I never left. Reverence of the Wolfborn is my other poem. Well, maybe I'm on the right track by saying that your poetry is reverent toward wolves. um, I was doing homework most of the time. What did I miss? It got way deep. I mean, yeah. That's just what we do on this stream. We dive all the way in. Uh, we do not pull any analytic punches. Because if I'm gonna read something, want to get all the, suck the marrow out of it, out of the poem, out of life. Um, doesn't the professor say that in Dead Poets Society? To suck the marrow out of life, carpe diem, seize the day. I love that movie. If y'all don't know that movie, Dead Poets Society, banger, banger. It's so good. Makes me cry. I don't like marrow, yuck. I don't think I've ever sucked the marrow out of a bone, but I have sucked the marrow out of many a poem, and I think here and there I've sucked the marrow out of life. Do I like peanuts? Yes, I like peanuts. Peanuts are great. Um, I like I like nuts in general. I think they're good. Yeah. Oh, Captain, my captain is peak. Yes. Yes. Um, that's I probably should read more Walt Whitman. Uh, but Oh, Captain, my captain is peak. That whole uh that whole movie is incredibly peak as well. um, life shouldn't be that hard. Ends life? No, don't do that. That'd be sad. Um, yeah, it's a good movie. I think it's my favorite movie of all time, actually. Dead Poets Society. Uh, you know, in terms of like, I've had a couple teachers in my educational experience before I left college who, in some capacity, gave me some of what, you know, um, the teacher in that movie kind of did for his students. That kind of inspiration to enjoy learning and life. Uh, and I mean, I like, I don't know if I could give that to someone else, if I could be a teacher who is as inspiring as that, like, man, wouldn't that be amazing, right? I like Words on the Bathroom Wall. I'm not familiar with it. I see that it is a romance. Diagnosed with a mental illness during his senior year of high school, a witty, introspective teen struggles to keep it a secret while falling in love with a brilliant classmate who inspires him to open his heart and not be defined by his condition. And is that gay? Or is that straight? No, that's a woman. Oh, it would be better if it was gay. Words on bathroom walls. That sounds cool. Um, that seems neat. It looks like it's pretty like stylistic. Oh, he has like something like some sort of like schizoaffective disorder. Okay, all beside the point. Or All the Bright Places. I'm not familiar with that either. Um, between that and Swing Kids, I don't know. I don't know what Swing Kids is either. Y'all are Swing Kids. Film follows two high school students in their attempt to be swing kids by night and Hitler Youth by day. Whoa. Wait, let's see. Where'd the little summary go? American and British swing music in defiance of the Nazi regime. The film follows two high school students. Okay. A decision that acutely impacts their friends and families. That sounds cool. Sounds like y'all seem like you have like good taste. Um, yeah. uh, I've been somewhat of a teacher at times. It's a very disconcerting job. I bet. Yeah. As much as you try to be interesting and fun, you will always only pass part of the knowledge you intend to pass. Doctor House. I've seen a lot of like YouTube shorts like Doctor House. A Silent Voice is good. I have seen that one. That's a beautiful film. Um, See, the good thing about being a teacher on Twitch here is that if people are watching, if people are here in my chat, I know it's because they want to be, right? When you're like a high school teacher, you have a bunch of kids, a bunch of like ravenous, feral children, then you like pen them into a classroom, and then like somehow you have to make that like acceptable for them and enjoyable. And that's like kind of deranged. Like that's an impossible task, right? I have the privilege of, talking about education-y stuff on the internet where if anyone's watching, they're here voluntarily and they can leave anytime. And like something I love about this as a classroom, so to speak, is that y'all can say whatever the heck you want and you can, you know, swear and talk about furries and have side conversations and have philosophic discussions and arguments about Formula One on the side in my chat. And that's just like fine, right? And you can just like get up and leave. And that's so much better, right? Voluntary education, that's cool to me. German youth culture and alternative subculture in Nazi period is interesting. It's mostly at the level of doing graffiti or cussing Hitler like a 2000s American punk would, while the culture they're trying to counter is much worse. Yeah, I mean, oftentimes counterculture is doomed because culture is a very big and powerful force, right? Silent Voice makes you cry, Happy. I mean, yeah. You're a teacher, but more? I appreciate it. I oh, that was a good cracking my back. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Oh, but thank you. I'm glad. It's cool to me that people find this stuff of value. But still, even when they really want to understand and know it all, you can't pass it all. Human brain can absorb so much. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with education. Like how do you set up the person after you to do better than you when like you can't transmit things fully? It's very hard. Like at some point you have to teach people to be self-teaching and you have to teach people to go their own way and forge their own path, which I think is something like Dead Poets Society does, right? What's his name? Professor Keating, Dr. Keating. Like that's what he teaches his students, right? To go their own way, to teach themselves. And I think that's like the most important lesson. That's what I try to illustrate here, right? I'm self-taught as a poetry person. Like I've literally never taken a class on poetry. I've maybe had like some brief like 2-week sections of English classes in high school where we talked about poetry. Dude, I hate this thing. But I've never been taught poetry, and all of this is literally just through reading and critical analysis that I like have positioned myself as something of an expert on a topic. Anyway, let's dive back into the wolf poem. I don't know how much more we have to say about it, but I guess y'all were talking about like family and the pack as a symbol before the break. That seemed relevant. Song of the Wolves. We're going to read it again. Just keep rereading. That's how you learn things. Beneath a moon of silver light, where shadows stretch and stars burn bright, across the hills and frozen groves there rises song, the cry of wolves. It drifts along the winter air, a haunting hymn both wild and fair. Through pine and peak, through stone and snow, a timeless truth the wild ones know. Their padded steps on frostbound ground make not a single wasted sound, like drifting smoke, like whispered breath. They move between the lines of death. With amber eyes and fur of night, they slip between the dark and light. No chain can hold, no wall can prove the restless hearts of roaming wolves. Together bound by blood and bone, yet fiercely, proudly, each alone, they lift their voices long and strong, braid the cold with ancient song. The valleys wake, the mountains hear, the trembling sky draws silver near, for in that cry so deep, so full, there beats the heart of every wolf. And when the dawn spills threads of gold across the ridges sharp and cold, they fade like mist in morning's glow, but leave their echo in the snow. I like this poem a lot. It's just like good. It's just like it doesn't necessarily go beyond and like say something about the world and something big and moral or political or philosophic necessarily, but it's so just like close and descriptive, and it really like revels in this thing. I think it was Leon earlier, maybe it was someone else though, who said like it feels like it paints a picture. And I think there's specific things in this poem that make that happen, right? Because it's like, well, how, like, why is like maybe a valid question. Maybe this is me going into teaching mode. Why does this poem paint a picture? Right? Why does it wasn't me? I'm way too literal today. Maybe it was Matchstick or whatever. Could have been anyone. Chat goes by. I lose things. What about this poem makes it paint a picture? What about this poem makes it vivid? Is, I think, a valid question we can ask, and maybe one we can even try to answer. Right? We can go through, right? Beneath, well, how do I want to do this? We'll go like line by line maybe, and just with this in mind. Beneath a moon of silver light, where shadows stretch and stars burn bright. And we have like this very kind of simple language. Like we're talking about a moon and light, and the light is silver. The shadows stretch and stars burn bright. Right? We're not actually doing an incredible amount, yet somehow this does feel like it paints a nice scene. We are like calling specific like senses to the mind, right? This is a way to like paint a picture or to immerse someone in a scene, is to give them like the actual feelings, the sensations, because that's where everything comes from, our like human senses. That's the lowest level of our existence. So the light is not just light, not beneath a lighted moon, but beneath a moon of silver light, where shadows stretch and stars burn bright. So, we create contrast is maybe something else. We have silver, we have something kind of in between. We have shadows, these are dark, and we have stars, and these are bright, these are white. So we create this sort of scene where there's like, a sort of in between silvery moon. We have like these very bright stars, right, happening. And then we have like shadows, which I can't really draw black on what is roughly a black canvas. But maybe we have snow down here, right? And then like the shadows are black. They're dark. They're very dark. And I think this creates like, the full range of things. We have something absolutely bright. We have something in between. And, this in between is maybe where we also have the idea of the wolf. And then we have like something very dark. And, not only playing to the five senses is useful, but maybe like speaking to the senses to their full extent, right? Every sense we have, if we have like vision, has these like parameters, right? Vision has like dark to light. It has maybe like dull to vibrant. And it has like, I don't know, what, contrast, brightness, shades, right? It has like one color versus another color. And whenever we're actually experiencing life, life is not like entirely bright at all times, or entirely dull, or entirely vibrant. Usually, like, I'm looking around my room, I see like a bright light and a screen here. I see like a dark microphone. I see like shadow back in that corner. I see very colorful writing on my screen. I see very like sort of dull black and gray behind it. And I think capturing life maybe involves playing to as broad of a sort of spectrum as one can for each sense. If we're talking about sound, we can have sounds that are loud and quiet. And usually, even in moments of quiet in our life, something sticks out as loud. In moments of loud, we notice something that is quiet. We can have sound that is low or high. And even when we have a lot of high, it tends to help us notice what is low, right? We maybe have sound that is dissonant and like tonal, if we're talking like music. And like these things play off of each other. So I think to like paint a vivid picture in poetry, in text, maybe one thing we can think about is having breadth of sensory experience. We can have bright stars, dark shadows, and in-between moons, and then it really covers like the whole visual range. Across the hills and frozen groves, we're bringing in like a feeling of cold now in this line. We have frozen groves, so it must be cold out, which also contrasts against the burning stars. Warm, burning, bright, fire, right? And then, we have sound, right? A rising song. So, and even this song has emotion. So we have like 3 of our 5 senses covered here. No taste, no smell. Something else this poem also does is like, we have like a lot of like prepositional phrases. Not prepositions. Are those prepositions? Yeah. Prepositions give us like location or like spatial stuff or like how things relate to other things. So beneath, across, rising or rises, where. So we have motion too, which it's funny that we say this paints a picture because it actually has a lot of motion, but a good painting probably has a lot of motion too. And when we have motion, it doesn't feel bland. It doesn't feel like it's stuck in one single thing. I think verse also helps us paint paintings because it moves us, it pushes us, it forces us through a scene. Whereas something free verse tends to do is lets us dwell on like specific things and pause and takes breaths. Whereas verse really like charges ahead. And I think that helps bring us through the scene. And we do this again, right? Winter air, we're creating a coldness, a feeling, haunting. We're adding more of a tone to this song, bringing in more visual elements to like fill out the actual like nouns that are here. And it's only really like at line 8 that we have something purely abstract, a timeless truth, right? Everything before is like moonlight, shadows, burning, hills, groves, song, wolves, air, hymn. Maybe these are abstract too, like fairness and wildness. But for the most part, we're sticking to concrete things and only very occasionally bringing in abstractions like death, abstractions like truth, abstractions like, I mean, there's so few of them. We could say dark and light, but even those are concrete. Like this poem is very, very concrete. Steps, ground, sound, smoke, breath, and then those things like act as symbols for the broader things. And that's how paintings work, right? When we say it paints a picture, a painting is visual, but more importantly, it's concrete. Like a painting is an object. It's a thing you can look at, a thing you can like engage with, like with your senses. And the more we maybe stick to simple nouns and not abstractions like truth, maybe that's the thing that like lets this poem feel more like a painting. I don't think I'm going to go through the whole thing because I think that roughly like that just continues throughout the whole poem of like mostly concrete with these beautiful little abstractions to bring in the mysticism in like the primality of the wolf. It's cool. Y'all are talking about like revolutions or something in chat. A graffiti can lead to a revolution. I truly believe that. Yes, I agree. Acts of survival against oppressed groups and their defense should be separated from acts of resistance. Yeah, telling secret jokes about your oppressor is an act of survival, not one of resistance. I think that's a good point. Chernobyl, Cold War, side conversations, as it should be. I don't think we'll look at a second one of your poems today, Hafi, just because I think there are now other people around in chat who have submitted things. And usually after I've read someone's poem to this extent, I I tend to want to move on to something different, right? Like Nikki has a poem submitted, I think. But you're currently trying to finish up your writing prompt Wednesday. That's exciting. You are one of those people. It would be either Ishmael or Nikki, I think, after this. I don't think Leon has anything submitted. Could be wrong, though. Yeah, take your time. There's no... We're still doing this. Yeah. But I think this poem, I think the observation from earlier, from whoever said it, that this poem is painterly, is a really valid one. And I think, it's for these kinds of reasons that something comes across as visual more than others. It's giving the reader those concrete things to latch onto. So I guess if anyone was watching and was like, how do I make my poem sound like this? right? Do these things. Have the concrete, have the breadth of sensory information across five senses and across the modalities of those five senses. And you'll probably end up with something resembling life and avoiding abstraction or having abstraction in moderation. I think this is how we get better at poetry. Really, read something, right? Say like, "Oh, this makes me feel like I'm looking at a painting." And then you just ask the question, why do I feel like I'm looking at a painting? What in the text is actually giving me the feeling that this is vivid and that this is visual and that this is concrete? And then if you can answer that question and you want to write like that, then now we can like move toward the imitation of those principles in our own writing. And like literally the beauty of like being able to do this, which it's really just spending time with a work and asking questions, is you can take any observation, me being me apologizing, um, me being apologetic, an apologist for analysis here. You can take any observation, and if you ask like why and like how does this work and what is it doing, right? You can turn that observation into like a technique, and you can turn that into a way to improve your own writing. That's sick, right? This is why we don't need teachers in high school literature classes, although teachers are important, right? I should think so, right? I thought about it, and then life got me out of it. Fair. I did music instead. Do you want to analyze a song someday? Yeah, we've analyzed songs before on stream to varying levels of success. Some songs are more poetic and cut out for actual textual analysis. I would say there are like some songs where lyrics are not the main objective, and there are songs that are about the music. I would prefer you avoided sending the lyrics of a song like that. Because, I had a person submit lyrics to like a funk song they wrote. And it was like the same phrase repeated like 60 times. And with like a couple verses in between. I'm like, dude, like, it's probably better for a musical analysis than a textual one. You submit another poem. Cool. It will probably get to it on a later stream if you come back, I love teaching my son. We worked on poetry together. COVID, so we were stuck anyway. Yeah, that's so cool. Like that. Like the homeschooling thing, like teaching your children things is crazy. And also like I imagine that also becomes like a learning experience for one as an adult. To like relearn these things through the helping a child learn them. That's so cool. One of my English teachers said that a teacher learns everything twice. They learn it when they learn it, and they learn it again when they teach it, right? So yeah. I feel like there are probably more things to say about this poem, and I'm not sure I exactly have a direction with which I want to go. And I feel like we've talked about it a lot and maybe gotten a lot of interesting things out of it. So I'm probably like content to move on from this poem unless anyone has questions about it. And yeah, if we have any questions or comments or things that you, um, if anyone has curiosities about this poem, questions, comments, things I maybe should have talked about that I didn't, uh, let me know now. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Um, Otherwise, we'll move on to other things. I like this poem a lot. It's really cool. You know, I think I have a couple submitted, but I do not remember which ones, and I'm far too lazy to just go check. That's so fair. There's like so many things submitted in there. It's difficult. More difficult for me than you though. I learned so much teaching him, very much so. That's so cool. I begged you drink is the last one from Nikki. Neat. It's a cool Oh, and Kathzik, you sent a poem too. Okay, Kathzik is probably prioritized over Nikki because I've never read one of your things on stream. Sounds like we're content with this poem though, since there seem to be no questions or concerns regarding it. Um, so I'll read it again. Um, and thank you, Haffy the Hound, for sending this. I know we sort of meandered into a bunch of side conversations. That's normally what happens. Um, but yeah, it was a fun poem, and it really, I don't know. I can tell you like wolves, for sure, but the verse is really excellent. I didn't talk so much about it because it's just good. Like the verse is just tight. Um, and it's just very pretty. Yeah. So I'll read it again. Here's Song of the Wolves. Um, Beneath the moon of silver light, where shadows stretch and stars burn bright, across the hills and frozen groves, there rises song, the cry of wolves. It drifts along the winter air, a haunting hymn both wild and fair. Through pine and peak, through stone and snow, a timeless truth the wild ones know. That's so storybook. Oh, it's great. Their padded steps on frost-bound ground make not a single wasted sound, like drifting smoke, like whispered breath. They move between the lines of death. With amber eyes and fur of night, they slip between the dark and light. No chain can hold, no wall can prove the restless hearts of roaming wolves. Together, bound by blood and bone, yet fiercely, proudly, each alone, they lift their voices long and strong, and braid the cold with ancient song. Oh, that's so good. The valleys wake, the mountains hear, the trembling sky draws silver near, for in that cry so deep, so full, there beats the heart of every wolf. And when the dawn spills threads of gold across the ridges sharp and cold, they fade like mist in morning's glow, but leave their echo in the snow. Yeah, that's Song of the Wolves by Happy the Hound. Thanks for sending it. I hope my reading of it is everything you could have ever hoped for. But yeah, thank you. Really nice writing. I'll be excited to read more of them on future streams, not today. Yeah. And yeah, pretty soon, I think in a few minutes, we'll be on to some poetry from Kathzik. 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 It's a fun th. It's not something we get in English ever, right? Th. THZ. That's cool. um I think what will happen is I'm gonna do our Catherine Zickgraf. Zickgraf. Z, the best letter. Zickgraf. Kathzik. Kathzik. Zickgraf. That's a cool name. That's a cool name, I must say. What cultural linguistic tradition does Zickgraf come from? That sounds like some kind of Eastern European, probably, right? If I had to guess, German. Okay, so not quite Eastern European. German. Zickgraf. That's cool. I like it. We're gonna do a little mental and movement break before we go on to the poem, and then if I'm not first on the list, if I'm not first on a list, I love being last. I see. On Discord servers, I'm almost always the first one listed when I'm online because I have the number 2 um, on my Discord name, right, as 2/3 Lotus, 2/3 Lotus. And it makes me very happy that I go into a server and I look at who's online and I always see myself first because it does all the numbers in order and then all the letters in order for alphabetical. I think with symbols first. So very often I will be listed as like number 1, which is awesome. Because I like being first on a list, you know? So, yeah, break. Because I also have to go to the bathroom and refill my water. So, I'm going to happen to run the ad. And stand up, drink water, go to the bathroom, move, get out of your chair or bed, motion your body. It's good for you. Do 5 push-ups or 1 push-up or walk around in circles, and I'll be right back with you, and we'll be reading Kathzik's poetry in just a moment. Yeah. What is up? I'm back on stream on Twitch and YouTube. Pretty cool. It's overcast but warm from your back porch. Today is also kind of overcast but warm where I'm at. I went out and walked my dog this morning and I had a jacket on, and then it was too warm for the jacket. So then I had to take it off and tie it around my waist, which I really like doing. Having the jacket tied around the waist, I think that's like a great thing to do. It has the sort of silhouette implication of a skirt, right? And I think this is part of why I like it. And maybe when I was younger, before I, was expressing my gender freely or wearing clothes freely, right, is you tie the jacket around and it's almost like having a skirt, right? And I don't know if I ever consciously computed that as a repressed young boy. But I did do that, and it was something that I always liked, was having the jacket tied around. And I still hold that it sort of is that's how it feels to me. Or I'll do it with like a flannel. Did I drop something? Like this one, right? I have, had this as part of outfits before with absolutely no intention of wearing it, just because I wanted the cute pink thing around my waist, because I just really like that as a vibe for shape, it's like the silhouette, I like it. Anyway, that's not very poetry related. Those are soft colors. I love them. Yeah, I'm a soft colors, deep, blues and stuff. And I like earth tones. My whole closet is browns and tans and olive greens and light pinks and dark greens, and very little of my clothing is bright. And I'm not a big blacks and whites person either. Even when I'm trying to look punk, literally when I'm when I was playing my show, I'm in a punk band, for those who aren't aware. At our show last week, I didn't want to just wear all black like most people do at punk shows, because that's boring and not colorful. So I did I don't know why I'm just talking about clothes. I have another pair of cargo pants like this. And these are kind of greenish olive, right? And then I did bright sort of rainbow colored Converse, and I had a black crop top on, and I had a pink beanie, pink and purple, and it was very punk, right? It just wasn't black and white, which I thought was really great. I was quite happy with that. Yeah. Never thought of it like that, the jacket thing. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I necessarily did until more recently, but since then I've taken a pretty deep appreciation for it. pastels. We're appreciating your pastels. I feel like, uh, I usually like don't like pastels in the world when I see them, especially because like pastels give like the implication of like suburban house colors, right? And um it's like I don't I don't like um that vibe, right? Like suburban houses and like those like pale pinks and weird like greenish, bluish, grayish things. Not cool. But I guess like a soft, like this is like soft blues or like the soft pinks on the other thing. I do like that. How go the things, Sean R. Keiser? The things go well. We're doing great around here. We're having a bit of a conversational interlude before jumping back into reading more poetry uh, from Kathzik, who's in chat. I'm laughing a lot. I'm in my yellow laundry room decorated in pretty pastel things. I feel like the laundry room is like it feels symbolic. um, yellow, yellow. That's intense. Yellow and pretty pastels. I mean, intense in a very not intense way, but a very pastel way. I certainly can feel the idea of that room, and I'm not sure I like it. um, you only wear black. Boring. If you're ever interested in putting any of my songs to music, I would not be sad. I don't sing in our band. I play saxophone. So, you know, that's one difficulty. And like, I have enough poetry that I would love to try to put to music on my own. Um, I'm definitely not doing that yet. Like that's just kind of not where I'm at. But maybe in the future, maybe someday. Ah, it's my office. Growing clovers. Your office growing clovers. What is it? What does that mean? I don't know what you mean. Like those punk band people. Yeah, those punk band people. That's a sweet sound. What's a sweet sound? Sweet sound. Was I making a sweet sound? Were there other sweet sounds? I'm not sure. I feel like sometimes I get lost as to what chat is referring to. um I write there. Have a chair. I'm totally not high. I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. You write in your laundry room. You write, you have a chair in your yellow laundry room decorated in pretty pastel things, and that's where you write. That's insane. I could not. Jeez. I had a story idea I won't write myself. I want to read it or watch it, but not even try to write it myself. Chips in space, a duo of galactic hyperlane patrol officers on their daily shifts, chasing speeders, helping ships in distress, defending against pirates, chasing thieves, providing medical aid. All based out of a station or colony in space. That sounds like an awesome story. I definitely do the same thing sometimes where I will be like, this is an idea for a story. I think I wrote one down the other day, and like, I'm never going to turn this into probably an actual, drawn out narrative. I was kind of inspired by watching skating at the Olympics, and I wrote a story about a figure skating duo who fall in love and dance with so much passion that everyone loves them, and then they break up, but keep competing together to get a gold medal. And they get super intense and aggressive and combative in their style because they like broke up, and push each other so hard out of spite that one of them gets badly injured and it ends their career. The other continues with other partners and never gets the same chemistry, never makes the Olympic podium. The other, the one who got hurt, goes on a long bender of love affairs and is never able to find someone who matches their intensity. And then later, many years later, they're like in a club and they see each other dancing and they like don't realize they're each other, and then they like dance together and they're like, oh shit, this is that person, and then it like ends. That was my story idea when I was watching pretty people skating in the Olympics. I'm like, this would be a great little romance story. I've never really like written a romance thing though. Not usually my thing, which is probably why I won't do that. So if anyone just wants to co-opt that idea, just take it, it's yours. That's Battlestar Galactica entire season 5. I've heard good things about Battlestar Galactica. I've never engaged with it at all. um Alien was pitched as Jaws in space. Interesting. I guess that's what it is. Alien, dude, incredible movie. I loved that movie. That was so good. Battlestar Galactica does somewhat scratch the itch. Not really the same. Fair enough. Jaws might be the most influential movie in the 20th century. I haven't seen Jaws. I feel like I should, based on that statement. But that's like that's a very strong statement, right? Like Jaws, it's about a shark. That's surprising, right? I don't know. Another idea I had recently, what would life be for a cave person in a world with magical dungeons? So it's like a dungeon crawl fantasy, but they just like have a club. That'd be cool. Me and my friends found this like tabletop RPG once called Og, where you're playing as cavemen and you have a list of a set of words, and they're the only words you can use to communicate in character, and you play like caveman. And you like do caveman stuff and like hit dinosaurs because it's historically inaccurate. It is cool. Yeah. It's Alien in the ocean. It's just the other way around. Maybe. Interesting that one would do that one would like to do sports of figure skating, trying to record break with scores while doing choreography of your choice. You can theoretically score max. I mean, like, I think figure skating has a massive like interpretive element, right? Where like you watch it and they count up the scores for the actual skills, and then they just tack on like another 80 points at the end for like artistic interpretation, um, which is where like the actual judging happens. So I don't think it's just about who can do the best tricks. Although like Ilya Malinin right now is the only one who can do the quad axel, and it's worth like so many points that he just wins even when he messes up because his stuff is so hard that it like breaks the scoring system. So there's that. He is kind of score maxing, but he's also like an incredible artist. He's also young. Yeah. The sports part is about who can do the best tricks. Yeah. But like, I mean, there's other sports like gymnastics. There's like dance elements and like the floor routines. I don't think art and sport have to be entirely separated, right? Most sports are just about like doing the most difficult thing. That is true. I don't know. There's a great book series called Earth Children by Jean M. About a cave person during the time when our type of humans were only just coming into existence. Very well done series with a lot of actual historical information used in the world. The first book is titled Clan of the Cave Bear. There's a movie of that, but it's not very enjoyable in movie format. That, oh well. Okay, thank you, Leon. My French translation coming in chat. That's cool. by John M. O. Wells, Earth Children series, prehistoric fiction. That's like kind of sick. That's really good Goodreads rating. Wow. And then oh yeah, the movie's like 5 stars out of 10. Um, wow. Being above a 4 star on Goodreads is like pretty impressive feat. Except, okay, so something I do for fun sometimes, this is sort of random tangent, is I try to find, like, sometimes I'll open Goodreads and I'll just go to the 1 star reviews and seek out, like, the most viscerally angry, bitter, like, no fun people giving reviews to books on Goodreads. It can be, like, so enjoyable sometimes because people just like get so like worked up over things. I read like a what's the Shel Silverstein book, The Giving Tree? I read this like review of it some time ago that was like 1 star, and it was this person who was just like so utterly offended by like everything the book stood for. And I don't know, it's just kind of funny, you know? Oh, you like toxicity. I mean, I, you know, maybe I do, just a little bit. Sometimes people being like really unnecessarily angry is a little amusing for me. And maybe that's a little bit of a character flaw, but I could be worse. um, all actions are art based on how well they're done. Coming up with the idea for sports is artistic, but not necessarily participating. All actions are art based on how well they are done. Coming up with the idea for sports is artistic. Okay, sure, but not necessarily participate. Yeah, I mean, a lot of sport like isn't artistic. Hello, 667 N2Q 67. Welcome in. Most of the people are in Twitch chat right now, but you are welcome in YouTube, and I think it all shows on the screen anyway. So that's kind of cool. I mean, what did they expect for the movie? The clan doesn't speak. They use sign language. Totally not a viable story for a movie. I mean, like, what? Someone mentioned a silent voice earlier in stream, and I think there is speaking in that film, but a lot of it is sign language, and you know, silent films exist, right? And we can watch films in other languages with subtitles and they can still be incredible. So I feel like that's not entirely an excuse for something to, you know, not be a good piece of art. Because, like, and I wouldn't be surprised if there are movies out there, maybe even really good movies, that are entirely in sign language. That would be super sick. If anyone knows of that and that exists, do point me in that direction because that sounds cool, right? Does that sound sick? I saw someone saying that 3 is their standard. Would read again rating. So gross. Well, threes when I was rating on Goodreads, right? Like I was like rating my books on Goodreads for a while, and 3 was what is it? So 5. This is kind of how I rate things, I guess. The pinnacle is, did this book, you know, make me feel something new? Did it impact me in a way that was like overwhelming, where it took me, where I was like in the book and like I was gone? So like crying or like laughing or feeling some like emotion like fear or disgust on like a new level. And those are like 5s. So that was like, you know, Left Hand of Darkness made me cry. um Plato's Trial and Death of Socrates made me cry. Proust, his writing makes me laugh in wonder at how incredible his mastery of language is. Um, Gabriel Garcia Marquez in the structure, in the circularity, in 100 Years of Solitude. Those are my fives, right? Um, Dune for the world building, you know. Four is like, this book was good and I enjoyed it, and I don't really have any like complaints, you know. Uh, Three is like, this book is like, eh, like I wouldn't read it again. I don't dislike it. It was like a neutral use of time, and like it just wasn't unpleasant, and I think it's hard for a book to be that, to just be eh, like um but those exist. And then two is like, I didn't like this. This was bad. This was not a good use of my time. And then one is like, this was poorly written, miserable, is like, something promoting a like some non-moral stance. I remember giving 1 star to some book that was like a very centrist, like placing the responsibility of modern American problems on the individual, and their like inability to like be moral on an individual level, and I just hated it. I like saw it on a shelf. I'm like, oh, that book sounds, that like cover, that title is interesting. Oh man, awful, awful, so bad. But yeah, sort of my rating system. I don't usually think that much about that for like poems on like an individual level, though. I don't think I like rate. Like, I think some things are better. Like, I like some poems on stream more, right? Can't help that. I mean, one of my hobbies is to go talk with flurfers on Facebook. What's a flurfer? I don't know. It's a great piece of art. I'm not dissecting it from an artistic standpoint. It just wasn't enjoyable. Okay, fair enough. 2-page description of a damn bed? Yes. Yes, 2-page description of a damn bed. That's what we want. That's good writing. I really enjoy that. Flurfers, believers of flat earth. Ah, flurfers. Just didn't know the contraction of that. Lord of the Flies, the slaughtered mother hog. I cried my eyes out. Man, I read that in high school, right? And I remember liking it. I was like, man, this book was actually good. High key, like that year, in Miss Gerard's English class, we read some bangers. We read Of Mice and Men, which I recently reread. Oh, that book made me sob. Of Mice and Men is one of my top books of all time. I read that in high school, and I was actually like, oh, that was actually like a pretty decent book. I was still forced to read it, so I didn't really enjoy it. And Lord of the Flies was the same, where I was like, wow, I can actually like appreciate that as a book, even though I'm being forced to read it. And yeah, I maybe that means I should revisit Lord of the Flies as well, right? Who wrote that? Who wrote Lord of the Flies? Who's the author? I don't know. Steinbeck is one of my favorite authors. Steinbeck is, oh, it's your favorite author. I think that's entirely reasonable. Golding? That his name? Lord of the Flies. William Golding. Who is that? Did he write anything else? What's his bibliography? Okay, he wrote a book of poems. He wrote a drama. Lord of the Flies, The Inheritors, Pincher, Martin, Freefall, The Spire. Pyramid. None of these. I don't recognize any of these. The Paper Men? Ends of the Earth trilogy? Did he just like not write anything else good? I don't recognize like any of these names. Did he just is he a one-hit wonder? Awarded the Booker Prize for Rites of Passage. Okay, the first in his trilogy. He was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature after that. Okay, so he was knighted? Dude, that's so cool. It's so cool they knight people in Britain. Isn't that crazy? They still be doing that. They're like LARPing out there. That's so cool. Rites of Passage is an account of a 6-month voyage to Australia in the early 19th century by an assorted group of British migrants on a converted man of war. It is in the form of a journal written by Edmund Talbot. I recognize that name, actually. Anyway. Yeah. That's neat. Cool. Okay. Gustave Flaubert. Did Gustave Flaubert write Lord of the Flies? No. Challenge a flat earther to explain the attack on Pearl Harbor. Japan is on the southeast side of the map, while Hawaii is the northwest side. Not only would it be impossible to attack from the west side with propeller planes, but the Japanese fleet couldn't have bypassed Australia without being noticed, unless the US Navy would have already been in place to block them on flat Earth. That's a great historical like I think a lot of people challenge flat earthers on like the scientific aspect, but to say like how could this thing have happened that like everyone knows happened. But I guess they also say like the moon landing was faked, so maybe they would just say Pearl Harbor was an inside job or something like that. 100 points for me knowing his name. Yes, 100 points for you. I wish I could like give out like channel points. I feel like that'd be great if I could just like bequeath channel points upon people, you know. Wouldn't that'd be kind of cool. I was in Grapes of Wrath in college. I have not read Grapes of Wrath. I want to read. See, I'm most interested in East of Eden, as my next venture into Steinbeck. But of course, like, you know, heard many great things about Grapes of Wrath, so I'm not exactly sure. And I have lots of other reading anyway. The modern Fearfur, Flurfer, right, has every excuse in the book. I guess they would. People tend to be good at that. I usually ask Flurfer how people invented the lighthouse. How did people invent the lighthouse? In the antiquity, everywhere at the same time, no communication between them. I don't know. I don't know if that one, I'm not sure. My favorite classic novel would probably be A Separate Piece by John Knowles. I think Ishmael asked a minute ago, like, are we doing poetry? I think we'll do more poetry. I'm just really enjoying like the random conversations. A Separate Piece, I've heard of this book. I'm gonna not read the AI summary. A coming of age novel by John Knowles, published in 1959, based on his earlier story Phineas, published in May 1956. 59, 56. Knowles' first published novel and became his best-known work, set against the backdrop of World War II. A Separate Piece explores morality, patriotism, and loss of innocence through its narrator, Jean Forrester. Cool. Cool. I chat has so many books always. It's not just the how, but the why. It would be too far from Japan to be worth attacking. Well, then just make a different flat Earth map, you know? I didn't really enjoy the novel, but the play was fantastic. Okay. I have not consumed many plays. I think we should deny things that are necessary for social communication. I don't believe in Canada. Plus, there's no oil trade. All countries extract their domestic oil. I think that, yeah, we need to do more of that. Um, I mean, like, Norway doesn't exist, right? That's a pretty well known fact, um, that Norway does, in fact, not exist. Lighthouses are in height, which is necessary because the Earth is not flat. If the Earth is flat, you just need city lights. Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. If you're on the beach laying down and watch the sunset, then immediately stand back up. You will see the sun for a few more minutes. Flat Earth doesn't allow for that. Well, like, I bet the flat Earth has some quality in the air that, like, bends the light in a certain way, probably. You know? That's my guess. I heard a poem about Jean's relationship with Finney in high school and really wish I had written it down. My English teacher decided to keep it. I mean, it's super unlikely, right? But you can probably find your English teacher. I don't know how long ago high school was for you, actually. But like I think it was like last year, I like emailed my high school English teacher, the one who I read um of Mice and Men in her class. And I was like, "Hey, your class was really cool. I've been writing poetry now. Your class was kind of like the first time I ever read a poem." Um, and I like sent her that email, and she was like, "Oh my gosh, thank you. That's so cool. Um, when you publish your poetry, let me know, and I'll buy your book." Um, and that was I like trying to maintain those connections. I don't know what she would think of me because I went to like a very Christian high school, and I am not exactly fitting within the Christian values. And I'd be like, when I was in your class, my name was this. Now my name is this, but I'm still that same person, you know, um, which was kind of funny to explain in an email. So it goes. We should think. What is crazy is flat Earth, but much more impossible to receive popularity just by logistics and sociology, and go for that. Denying oil trade is impossible to hold as a conspiracy theory, but more believable than flat Earth if we have to compare. Okay, is it more believable? Yeah, right. I guess so. I mean, they're both pretty unbelievable, right? It's hard to make that scale um, at that point. It's right. I bet you were always beautiful. Oh, thank you. You say as a mom. I was I had the hair in high school. There were definitely a couple girls who would like talk about my hair and they'd be like, "Can I touch your hair? Like, how is your hair so soft?" Um, and I think there were at least a few instances of me very much like uh, missing some signals. So I was pretty socially awkward. But I think I was like yeah, I think I was okay in high school, you know. I think uh, like children in their just like free innocence, right? Um, there's like a beauty to that, right? Of just like kids who are not like fucked up by the world and haven't like acquired like the brutal cynicism of reality. Um, and then that beauty goes away, but that's sort of an entirely separate kind of beauty. The nastiest jokes I've ever heard were told by my Catholic homeschool friends. Yeah, I mean anyone who's like um you know in like really isolated, like probably bigoted environments, that makes sense. On a 100-point scale of non-believability, flat Earth is at a solid 99.9, while denying the oil trade is at a 99.8, roughly. Thank you for placing that on a scale for me, Sean. Your hair is super gorgeous, and you have a super radiant smile. Since we're handing out the compliments, y'all are too kind. I appreciate it. um, if anyone is interested in my writing prompt, I struggled today. I'll look at it. Will you be my writing prompt Wednesday? Let me tell you how I see you. Oh, cool. Oh, it's on like a Substack, right? Is this a Substack? No. Is this a Substack? No, it's a Ko-Fi. Ko-Fi is not Substack. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh my gosh. I just got an email. I hate getting emails, dude. um, I feel like I feel flat Earth from a certain perspective is not that unbelievable. Um, I mean, it does look flat unless you take a plane or boat or travel a bit. Yeah, like it kind of looks flat. Like there's a like natural like I see what I believe what I see kind of thing. Um, I guess the global oil trade as well. Like I can't comprehend how all this oil gets extracted and shipped around, and I've never seen a a cargo ship full of barrels of oil, so it's probably not real, like Norway, right? So I don't know. We should all live under rocks, I guess. It's very easy to understand once you know that half of the earth is at day and half at night. You can't get this distinction by any light source shining on a surface. But like if you've only ever lived in one place and like I've never lived on the other side of the world, I don't actually know that it's nighttime on the other side of the world right now, right? Like I haven't seen that. Is that real? I don't think so, you know? I just don't I think that's not real. You know, I've never seen it. It's not night on the other side of the world, if you ask me. Prove me wrong. I don't write poetry. I've only ever written two poems. One in high school, in which I swear Edgar Allan Poe was channeled through me. It was called Typical. I mean, I think that's like high schoolers. They're very edgy, right? And was any typical and was anything but. While my other poem was titled No and was about my cats in high school, but I wrote it in college. It's a vibe. There's always time to write more. Uh, should we read poetry on that beautiful note of bringing us back to poetry and away from, um, you know, me ranting? I like that idea. I like that idea. We're gonna read Kathzik's poem because you're new around here and we love new blood on the Twitch stream to just absolutely tear into and eviscerate. Um, I'm not, I don't tear into poems and eviscerate them. I'm not mean like that. I think that's sort of a silly thing to do. Geez, we were yapping for a long time. That's good to get lost in the yap session sometimes, though. There's nothing wrong with that for sure, right? Please tear it, but also I'm excited. I mean, you know, I'm thorough. I'm thorough. I don't know if like I tear into it as in I really try to spend a lot of time with the poems. I try not to rip them to shreds though, in a sense of like criticism, right? Can this be like straight? Was it like not straight for the whole last poem? If so, that sucks. Rip out stitches, comma, run is what the poem's called. That's a cool name. Rip out stitches, run. So it's like this thing, then this thing. It's kind of how that reads. You rip out the stitches, then you run. I guess. That's it. If you live in the same place all your life, I think being a flurfer is kind of okay as a belief, right? especially if you live in a flat place, you know? My current work is called Freedom Through Isekai, about an actual video game character who's accidentally included in a hero summoning and as a result is pulled from all the media worldwide. How does she fare in a world where there are no life bars, death is permanent, and oh yeah, biology is a thing? That's kind of funny. Like, they have to deal with the fact that reality doesn't have respawning. That's cool. I dig that. That's fun. Yeah. I think the character dies. Right. I mean, like, it wouldn't be much of a story if they just die right away, right? Like, oh, I can jump off this thing and respawn. Okay. Let's read another poem. Rip Out Stitches Run. I would love your interpretation. I don't always understand my own poems. Beautiful. I like trying to understand poems. That's what I do. So here's Rip Out Stitches Run by Kathzik. If you have any other questions going into this, thoughts, context you'd like to share, feel free to do so. Okay. Make sure everything is straight and correct. You wake in a closet of wire hangers, triangles hooked in each other's necks. You unstaple your own wound before the edges seem to fuse. In the backyard once strung with clothesline, thorn vines are turning the garden to thickets. Your bedroom floor is shredded in the corners. You exhale. A spool rolls off the edge. In the basement, where you played as a kid, webs are strewn on the cot frame, and insects crawl in and die as dust in the carpet fiber. The chest of drawers on the back wall holds patterns for dresses you refuse to wear. Tracing paper is still pinned to the gingham cloth for projects begun then forgotten. Though you can't unsew buttons, you can rip out unwanted seams. When your fabric starts to fray, that's when you'll make your escape. I think we've read a very similar fabric sewing poem. Was it from Nikki? Were you the one who sent the sewing fabric poem like recently? We've had I feel like there's a lot of textile related poems in this community. We've had poems about like knit sweaters from Stylish Fail. I've written at least a few sewing poems. I think it's a great like metaphorical symbol kind of thing. That almost makes me feel like a trans person before they admit they are trans. This poem. Interesting. Honestly, usually I read it the first time. I have no idea what the poem is talking about because I'm just like reading the words. So we're going to read it a few more times. No way. Oh, that's funny. I'm going to allow this message so that everyone else can see that this person is coming in and asking me if I have an OnlyFans. No. I haven't actually thought about it though, but I do not. And not interested in those conversations here particularly. I'm going to read this poem again. That's what we talk about here. You wake in a closet of wire hangers, triangles hooked in each other's necks. You unstaple your own wound before the edges seemed to fuse. In the backyard once strung with clothesline, thorn vines are turning the garden to thickets. Your bedroom floor is shredded in the corners. You exhale. A spool rolls off the edge. In the basement where you played as a kid, webs are strewn on the cot frame, and insects crawl and die as dust in the carpet fiber. The chest of drawers on the back wall holds patterns for dresses you refuse to wear. Tracing paper is still pinned to the gingham cloth for projects begun then forgotten. Though you can't unsew buttons, you can rip out unwanted seams. When your fabric starts to fray, that's when you'll make your escape. Is this poem about abortions with wire hangers? Is it? I mean, we have wire hangers, right? We're hooking them. We have these sort of wound ideas. Maybe it's not a bad idea as a first thought. It's like suggests toward that. I would want to read into it further before making any solid assumptions. Why am I gay, Keemer Blue? You know, I don't personally know. Probably a mix of environmental factors and social things, and but I'm trying to figure out how I like ban you because then you're annoying. But how do I? Oh, it like pops up, right? Can I just? I feel like my chat's been weird, but you know, maybe if you stop being annoying, I won't ban you because I mostly just can't figure out how to actually do that. So don't be annoying. That's enough for me. Okay, so what does this poem mean? Right? We have some thoughts already. This feels like it implies transness, said by Sean, right? Is maybe an idea, and we have this like dresses that are never worn. We have this like unsewing of self. These are some pretty like transcoded phrases, right? Keemer Blue is a little French kid. Yeah, probably. You like bully him, Leon, in French or something. Or them, or she. I don't know. And we have like this question of like abortion, like, you know, there's often this association of like sewing and clothes with like femininity. So it definitely is a poem that could go in that direction, very possibly, right? So there's like a lot of things, and there are these sort of like domestic, like garden clothesline things, which of course are not inherently feminine symbols. Oh, we got trolls on our hands. Yeah. And I don't have like I like the ban button just like isn't. Oh, there it is. Ah. Okay, which one am I supposed to ban? Both of them? Well, ban Keemer Blue. But I also think like when you don't get mad at them, I feel like they usually it's just annoying when they're like in chat, you know. Do I like Long Baguette? Hell yeah, I like Long Baguette. And you're banned. Yeah, and this one's saying yeah, we'll get rid of them. Like we don't need that in chat, right? It doesn't bother me. Like they can't hurt me. They're dumb little trolls, but it's dumb to have it in chat. So yeah. Cool. My old mods, I used to have like a couple mods who are regularly here. They don't watch my channel anymore, so I feel like do these things myself. If any of y'all who are around a lot want to be mods, let me know. I can just do that. Could be both. A trans boy who's physically physically pregnant. The ultimate sensation of not being themselves in that situation. Interesting. We could definitely combine those things. Mod me if you want when I'm around. Yeah, I mean, I'm only gonna mod someone if they're actually like, I'm not just gonna like mod someone if they don't want to, right? Because like if you just want to watch and not be a mod, that's fine too. Both of these question mark, femininity, transness, transmasculineness, abortion, maybe. Oh, we even have like the closet, right? You can do both? Okay. We can. I love how you're like throwing out the interpretation before I really even like know what the poem is talking about. Like genuinely I actually, because like I'm reading and I'm just like looking at the words and trying to speak them on stream. And usually that's like bad for comprehension, or I'm not really thinking about them because I'm like kind of performing them. And yeah, I think you're mostly against bans unless it's really necessary. Yeah, if they're like clogging up chat and it's being annoying, like ban someone. Uh, but generally, if someone's not like causing issues, you know, it's poetry. You don't think about it, you feel it. Well, we do both. We do both. We both think and feel about poems. I tend to think a lot about poems. um, but even then, when I'm preoccupied with reading for stream, I do less of both, right? So anyway, we have the closet, right? This is like a very clear, queer idea, right? Um, and then wounds, edges, fuse. Bedroom floor is shredded in the corners. You exhale. Spool rolls off the edge. So we have this unspooling. The basement where you played as a kid. Webs are strewn. So we have this like past idea, past, present, death, change stuff. The chest of drawers on the back wall. Patterns for dresses you refuse to wear. So this, of course, is our like trans kind of vibe. Maybe. Tracing paper is still pinned to the... So I need to look this one up. I don't know what a gingham cloth is. Huh. It's the checkered like tablecloth kind of cloth. Now I know. I'd say you think about what you felt when you read it. I mean, I have some very specific ideas about the relation of thinking and feeling in poetry, which, I mean, I've probably talked about a lot, and I won't talk about right now, but maybe later if you remind me. Okay, this is like the red and white cloth, just so we know. Tracing paper still pinned to the gingham cloth for projects begun, then forgotten. You can't unsew buttons. Though you can't unsew buttons, you can rip out unwanted seams. When your fabric starts to fray, that's when you'll make your escape. Fabric fraying, seams, sort of feels connected to wounds. So we have this connection to like the human body. We have a lot of things going on as like big ideas, which could definitely play into words. What this poem means, what it's talking about. And I think I'd like to like dive into it on a more like line to line level. I think there's a lot of like meaning and symbolism packed into this. If I get reincarnated, there are 3 things I don't want to be. Number 1, immortal. Number 2, a noble. And lastly, number 3, a girl. Not that there's anything wrong with being a girl. Just not for me personally. Fair enough. Probably has many interpretations. You rock. Well, yeah. Interpretation itself is subjective because we read something and the words are calling to mind associations that we've created and built through our own individual experience, which means no matter what, you're seeing a piece of art through the perspective of you, through your understanding of the words and the contexts and all of this stuff, right? And And that means every person's interpretation, even if they're talking about the same things, are kind of are always different because their definitions and the meaning associated with these things are unique in of themselves. Um, if you get reincarnated, you want to be immortal, a noble, and a girl. I mean, fair enough. Nobility has some bad connotations, but like, uh, an immortal noble girl might be like a vampire too, and that's cool. I would do that. Let's dig into this. You wake in a closet of wire hangers. So, yeah, you wake in a closet of wire hangers, triangles hooked in each other's necks. So, I think we have like quite a few things going on because I think there's like many just interpretations to these lines, right? Like we could literally be talking about a garment here, and I think this is how I first read it. Like, you are a garment. Awake in a closet of wire hangers. Triangles, right? The hanger, hooked through your neck. You, as in, the dress or whatever that's happening here. Like, that's probably the most literal interpretation of the words, but all of these things have symbolic associations, right? You wake in a closet, right? You wake in a closet. I mean, many of us, many queer people, woke in a closet. And we could read this whole thing, actually, as the queer closet, right? You wake in a closet of wire hangers, triangles hooked in each other's necks. So then you're maybe like, I mean, you have this idea of being like hung from the neck, which is very much like a death or like a not living, and the closet itself in queerness is maybe associated with that. I mean, we have like the idea of a dead name, right, of that thing left behind. So that's certainly an idea. There's also just waking in a closet. We already have the idea of a garment, and perhaps at that point, if you're in the closet, you are performing something, right? In the same way that clothes are a performance. They're not, genuine to you. There's something tacked on. There's something external. In which case, you are the garment of the identity you have to show to other people by being in the closet. That's an interpretation, maybe. Went to the doctor with a suspicious-looking mole. He said they all look that way, and I should have left him in the garden. Welcome in, Pope Wit. How are you? We're talking about a poem on the stream. Also, y'all can go follow Pope Wit if you want. I think he mostly plays like video games on his channel, but Pope Wit participated in an event yesterday called Twitch Writers Night and wrote or read some cool stuff that he had written, and it was really, really kind of fire. So follow him for writing adjacent but not writing Twitch streams. Yeah. I love the closet analysis. I didn't really realize a lot of that. Yeah, I mean, one can interpret a lot out of things if one wants to. So you wake in a closet of wire hangers, triangles hooked in each other's necks. Now, we could take the closet as the womb if we want to run with the wire hanger as a symbol of abortion, which it definitely is a symbol of abortion societally. In which case, you wake in this dark space, you, the fetus, and then immediately have a hanger hooked into your neck, and you are terminated, which is quite a brutal and gruesome way to begin a poem. So certainly a possibility, though. This is where it maybe moves away from that interpretation if we're thinking literally as we go into the next lines. You unstaple your own wound. before the edges seemed to fuse, right? Um, there's a sort of um, like this thing acts and this thing can do things. This thing can act in relation to itself, which maybe makes it seem a little less fetal. Like, probably not that if it can do things, you know, maybe. um, but it's something someone brought up, and you know, we would entertain that as an interpretive thing from the text. Um, but let's say we continue with these other perspectives. You unstaple your own wound before the edges seem to fuse. So, right, when you get like surgery and stuff, um, I know sometimes they put staples in wounds, like literally, like they'll, instead of stitches, right, they'll take like the wound, I'll do that in red, right, and they like staple it closed, and these kind of keep it closed or whatever. So in this case, you unstaple your own wound, um, is to like take out the thing that is helping one heal. Um, before the edges seem to fuse. So there's like an aspect of like something premature, something done before it is ready. They staple C-sections back together. That's sort of something I was thinking about. In which case, then, you know, that's definitely something that is possibly implied. The C-section, these ideas of birth, that definitely is reasonable. Imagine being forced to give birth. I can't imagine it. Probably quite unpleasant. Um, yeah, so they staple C-sections back together. And I think that fact, that wasn't something I necessarily knew. I feel like we had another poem about C-sections like a couple months ago. It was not about textiles, though. You unstaple your own wound before the edges seemed to fuse. In which case, right, we're like reopening a thing that hasn't yet closed. Maybe this comes into this idea of like bringing back memories. I'm just going to kind of forge ahead and we'll maybe come back to that because these things almost become conflicting with those interpretations. Sorry if this needed a trigger warning. Nah, it's good. It's poetry. I think we've had some pretty gruesome stuff on stream here and there. I've read Bukowski on stream. Like he's pretty gross. He's vile in his masculinity, so this is fine. In the backyard, once strung with clothesline, thorn vines are turning the garden to thickets. Your bedroom floor is all shredded in the corners. You exhale. A spool rolls off the edge. So, in the backyard, once strung with clothesline, it no longer is. This clothesline, right, naturally kind of calls us back to the idea of these garments hanging, being strung up. We have this feeling of like, hanging, like death, like execution. It's also past tense, which is maybe good, but there's also this feeling of like, I think I mentioned earlier, like domesticity in the idea of the clothesline and the clothes hangers. And, maybe that means in some way we're moving away from the domestic, moving away from that sort of gendered norm. Maybe that fits with our, feeling of transness from before. that it is no longer strung up with the clothesline, that we're no longer hanging and dead and domestic. Maybe. Thorns and vines turning the garden into thickets. Similar ideas there, right? Your bedroom floor is shredded in the corners. You exhale. Spool rolls off the edge. And we have this idea of edges, like that starts to crop up. Shredded in the corners, rolling off the edge. Before the edges seem to fuse, we have, the even just like the back wall, but we have the fraying, right, somewhere. Fabric starts to fray. That happens from the edge. And seams, are edges sewn together. So, we have this idea of undoing and undoing what is holding together. I think someone said that could imply like a mental state, right? The edges of one's being coming undone, not holding together anymore. And like the bedroom, I think the bedroom is often a symbol in literature. I don't know if anyone's like familiar or has thought about the bedroom necessarily as a symbol in chat or what that might mean. But I think I've found, if anyone gets there before me as I drink water, and the bedroom maybe has lots of symbolic associations. That's what's cool about symbols. One that I really like, that I gravitate toward for the bedroom, is the self. One's bedroom is the place that one spends, kind of a lot of their time. It's where you sleep. It's where you exist. It's like your personal safe space removed from the rest. We see it there's like a short story called The Yellow Wallpaper, in which there's this woman who's like locked in her bedroom and she goes crazy. And like the wallpaper in the room itself deteriorates as her mental state unravels. And this really has me thinking of The Yellow Wallpaper. You love The Yellow Wallpaper. Yeah. That's kind of what some of this is giving, where like the home is the self and the space in which one is the self. The bedroom also has like a sexual connotation, which, maybe fits here as well. She crawls through the patterns on the wall. I haven't read it in so long. I just remember that like she's going crazy and it has to do with the room. I should read it again though. Maybe we can read it on stream sometime. It's like a banger. It's great for illustrating like symbol. The bedroom can mean like sex, right? The bedroom, which maybe fits well along with this stuff, right? And it's also like sleep and safety, and those things all together maybe even bring us back to this sort of vague womb-like association. The bedroom is the like dark, warm place where you rest and grow. And it really feels like all of these like the symbols and ideas like really closely weave into each other, right? I mean, we're talking about like femininity and the womb and safety and birth and gender roles. Like these things are all really wrapped up in each other, and they get, they're all interconnected. But in that case, a bedroom floor shredded in the corners, right? A place that is safe and warm that has been destroyed by something. I mean, like, could imply all sorts of things. You exhale, right? And then we like bring it back to the body. And if like the bedroom is the body, the bedroom is the self, the bedroom is the womb, the femininity, like exhaling kind of makes sense here. A spool rolls off the edge. I like this. Like this sort of just hangs out here. It's almost like the first like actionable event, you know? Like yes, you wake, but then it's like these things are, and it's all vague and kind of dreamy. And then we come into the house and we're just like describing things that are, and then it's like a spool rolls off the edge. We go back to something small, right? Bringing us into a detail, but this has the idea of like, the edge, the unrolling, the unspiraling, the breaking down of things. Um, yeah, that's why I can't pin down one meaning. Yeah, I mean and I think that's okay. Like sometimes we have these poems where they're I really like poems like this a lot, where they're these like floating, vaguely associated symbolic images. They feel often kind of like a bit like dreamscapes, where we're just like sort of pulling threads together, and they're like vaguely intertwined, but not quite. Very different from the poem we read earlier, which was much more concrete and much more of a storytelling type poem. But, you know, certainly still good either way, both of them in their difference. In the basement where you played as a kid. Webs are strewn on the cot frame, and insects crawl in and die as dust in the carpet fiber. In the basement where you played as the kid. So now we're like, we have this idea of time and the past, right? The place that was once strung, the place where you played as a kid, and even like birth is like a beginning, and it's the past, it's everyone's past. It all feels very interconnected. Like, is the child still you? Is you the child, the fetus, the mother, the room? Are those all the same thing? That's kind of like how it starts to feel, where it all just blends into like one color. In the basement where you played as a kid, webs are strewn on the cot frame. So we bring back again the bedroom, right? The cot frame, the bedroom. So something about this, childhood bedroom is gone, right? Like, we have two bedrooms. We have the one of youth, and it is entirely deteriorated and broken. We have the one of the present, this bedroom, which is like breaking down. What that means, don't know. Webs are giving like threads, and insects crawl in and die as dust in the carpet fiber. Insects crawl in and die as dust in the carpet fiber. Insects crawl in and die. It's just like it's like vibes. I don't know. It's very specific, and I don't know. I'm gonna come back to those lines. I think the chest of drawers on the back wall. The chest of drawers. Are these different bedrooms? Hold on. Your bedroom floor is shredded in the corners. You exhale. A spool rolls off the edge. In the basement where you played as a kid, web. Yeah, I think they're different. Anyway, the chest drawers on the back wall. The chest of drawers on the back wall holds patterns for dresses you refused to wear. So then we have this like denial of femininity, and it's in youth. It's like past tense refused to wear. Probably still does, maybe not. There's like this sort of word association that happens with like chest and like wearing dresses, where it's like a garment on a body. Um, and we have this like breath that happens. Like, yeah, it's just neat. The chest of drawers on the back wall holds patterns for dresses you refuse to wear. Tracing paper is still pinned to the gingham cloth for projects begun, then forgotten. For projects begun, then forgotten. Something begun and unfinished. This, like, again, like, sort of has the association of, like, termination, right? It has that same vibe. A project started and not finished. And then, like, we have the garden and these, like, past things in the basement, like the past as a project begun and forgotten, like moving on. I'm not sure. It's all just melts together. But like the vibes are cool. This maybe really is like a feel poem, not an analyzed poem. Uh as Sean said earlier, right? Like there's a lot of just like vibes that float together. Though you can't unsew buttons. Though you can't unsew buttons, you can rip out unwanted seams. When your fabric starts to fray, that's when you'll make your escape. So the seams are definitely like a part of oneself in this poem, right? Your fabric. When your fabric starts to fray, you'll make an escape. You can rip out unwanted seams. So there is this idea of like changing oneself, becoming other. And that requires like some removal of things, some destruction of the past. There was a poem I read a long time ago on a stream. It was sent by Arson Asher. And the poem was about how his mom would say, like, you took my baby away. He's trans. It actually might have been by Drowning Devil. I'm not sure. Those are my two, like, OG trans man poetry submitters on the stream. And that poem was, like, incredibly impactful. But, like, this gives that same vibe, right? And that's something people will say with, like, that sort of trans experience is, like, the mom will be like, you took my sweet girl away. You took my boy away. And, like, you're dead to me now. It's as if it's a sort of abortion and a killing of that past thing going forward into the present. And, like, a lot of this does have that sort of association, You can rip out the seams when you're stuck in the closet too long and fraying, and kind of kill the past and move away from childhood and let the insects eat it. And, shove all the dresses into the back of the drawer, and, you escape, right? You move forward, rip out the stitches, and then you run. And I guess there is that, right? You make your escape, you run. This isn't like a liberatory freedom. It's like an afraid freedom. It's like I'm away and now I'm running. The clothes could be the faces, masks you wear to fit into society. When the fabric frays, you make your escape and begin. Oh, yeah. And begin yourself away from the stigma of what others think. Yeah. You wake up in a closet of wire hangers, triangles hooked in each other's necks. So you have this like death of yourself and the things you wear and the faces you present that aren't you. You unstaple your own wound before the edges seem to fuse. Right, like this, maybe if we just run with that interpretation, the, this new face that you've put on, this mask, hasn't quite taken to you and maybe never will, because that mask is always kind of a lie and an illusion. But then you unstaple this one and you change it to move on and meld into some other situation. In the backyard once strung with clothesline, thorn vines are turning the garden into thickets. And, your bedroom floor is shredded in the corners. You exhale. A spool rolls off the edge. So then we have, like, the past unraveling. We maybe have, like, the moving away and the overgrowth, right? The taking over of vines, again, maybe the masks, over a natural thing, like the garden itself, the bedroom itself in their pure state, the body itself in a pure state, without being stapled, without being covered in thickets, without being torn apart, without being bug eaten, is like you. And yet, like, these masks get placed on top of it. In the basement where you played as a kid, webs are strewn on the cot frame, like that pure version of self. That unhidden you is gone, destroyed. And insects crawl in and die as dust in the carpet fiber. The chest of drawers on the back wall holds patterns for dresses you refuse to wear. So we have like the other masks, the other dresses, and it implies there are many, and that in life there may be some that society wanted you to wear, the masks they put on you, and you didn't. Tracing paper is still pinned to the gingham cloth for projects begun then forgotten, and that makes sense. Like tracing paper, this thin, half, transparent thing, this mask you can sort of see through that still sort of shows the thing underneath. The you can't unsew buttons. I think this line is interesting, this buttons line. I don't quite get it, but I like it. You can rip out unwanted seams when your fabric starts to fray, right? And like you say, Pope Wit, you rip off that mask and then you run because you're in this like pure, afraid, not protected state, and you start making something else. That's like I think that's a very textually valid interpretation. I think it's a very powerful one as well. It does a good job of, placing a through line between all of these things for sure. I'm gonna dig that. This is definitely one of those poems, more than others, where I actually used to talk about this on stream. I haven't done this before. I haven't done this in a while. I would draw this graph, that was my I think I called this the specificity curve. And so if we graph a poem by like the specificity of the poem and the possible interpretations of it, right? Some poems are extremely unspecific, where like you can't really understand anything from them because they're actually just like not saying anything because they're like don't have any thematic material. And then as you get more specific to a certain point, but you're not like entirely specific, you leave a poem open to like many different interpretations. And then from here, like the more specific you get, the more you narrow down to like the reader only having one possible interpretation of your poem, right? I like this graph a lot. And that isn't necessarily to say that any of these are good or bad, right? But there is this like spot where the poem is like sort of specific and sort of non-specific, and and it's just specific enough that you start making all sorts of associations and can't ever pin them down to like narrow them into something less. I think this poem lands, somewhere in like this region. Um, but yeah, all different places on the graph are valid. Arguably, like the only part of the graph that is maybe unpleasant is like this part where the poem is so vague that like the language isn't communicating anything at all. I think I like my poems to have some meaning, some interpretable stuff. Um, but I also imagine like you could just have like words that are cool and sound cool, and that doesn't have to have a meaning, and maybe that's okay. That could be like this. When you get way out here, it can get unpleasant too, because you're just being so specific that you're like explaining. Um, but yeah, it's a cool graph. Something I used to think about a lot. But this poem leaves itself open for many interpretations due to its like specific non-specificness, right? Or non-specific specificness. And I always really like poems in that region. It's like a thing that I enjoy. I took two separate poems and put them together, lol, but it took years to think about it. Imagine the character at forced. Imagine the poet, the character at 14, forced to give birth. Is that the actual sort of story? The years to think about it. Imagine the character at 14 forced to give birth. That, ugh. I interpret what you're saying there as this is like in some capacity autobiographical and referring to that being your experience. In which case that sounds horrible and I actually can't imagine it. But um, uh, it definitely has that like visceral kind of feeling. Um, Sort of awkward place for Twitch to want to give an ad break. Um, but maybe okay to uh, you know, pull back from the poem and then come back into it with a recalibrated mind. Um, so we will come back and keep talking about this poem. But yes, let's take a breath. Stand up, walk around, drink some water. Don't look at a screen. Don't look at a screen for sure. Move your body, ideally. Go to the bathroom, whatever. And we'll be back in 3 minutes. It's important to take breaks when you're exerting the mind. Um, yeah. Yeah. I'll be right back. Welcome back. It's me, Imogen. We're still live on Twitch and YouTube. I have to get used to that. I'm live on YouTube too. It's only the third time, I think. Yeah. Still talking about the poem. That's not on screen right now. That's the part of me that experienced the poem and child forced into adoption. But I hope there's power in walking away from, in that kind of end of the poem. Once we dive back into it, we'll visit those ideas. I tend to leave my poetry a little on the ambiguous end. I know they teach specificity is everything now, but I want people to write and relate to what I write. A lot of thoughts on that. Yeah. By Pope Wit. Glad to have you. It was good to meet you at yesterday's thing. Nikki, yeah, the specificity stuff is interesting. I think it's funny you say they teach specificity now. I don't really know how poetry is taught, because I've never been taught poetry in a formal setting, really, and how to write poetry. But I think something I've noticed, right? We live in a time. We live in an era in which a few things are true for, I would say, most people in the world. At least definitely in America. Anyone who's online is that reading comprehension, right? The general trend of this is it's trending downward, right? Attention span is trending downward. Maybe patience or critical thought. Those are two separate things, but still. Trending downward, right? I don't know what's trending upward that fits within all of this. But and then maybe spectacle and sort of snappiness and punchiness with social media is on an upward trend. These are general world trends. And I think non-specific poetry, right, invites the reader to comprehend and to think about something, to spend time with it, to be patient, spend time, give critical thought, engage with something, be emotionally available, right? I think sort of apathy is on the rise. And that probably makes it harder for someone to read a poem and want to feel with it. Yeah, people like sound bites, easily digestible. And I think that's why in the modern era of poetry, the real dominant force is slam, right? This is if we're talking about what is the most popular poetry online right now, as far as I can tell, it's slam. Otherwise, it's Insta poetry, which is, we're talking the Rupi Kaur, short little lines, very I would say simple, not falling too heavily into the metaphoric or the symbolic or the interpretive. Again, that's not to say that it's necessarily bad. It's just that that's what people tend to gravitate toward. Yeah, super popular. Um, and, you know, reading something like William Blake or Ezra Pound or whatever, um, like, those things are not very fashionable. So I guess maybe that makes sense that if people are like teaching specificity, like that would be why. The average reader needs something specific, right? When all of this is the case, you need something like specific, um, like kind of easy, like Slam, right? Slam is like a full story, is how I see it. Start to end, they're gonna take you into the poem. They're going to walk you through the metaphors. They're gonna, usher you out on the other side and with something beautiful and powerful and emotional, and maybe it makes you cry, and that's cool. But like slam poetry it's also fast. It can't leave a lot of room for like you thinking because it's just like not a format that's good for that, right? Insta poetry, same sort of thing. You're scrolling. No one's going to stop and read like 6 pages or 6 pictures on an Instagram thing. But when you can fit your whole poem into 5 lines, so I think maybe that's why I would guess that specificity is maybe pushed now. And I agree with you on the appreciation for vagueness because I'm obviously someone who likes to I don't know, think about my poems, that I read. And I think, this spot on the graph is really lovely for people like me, right? Sometimes I'm here and I'm like, oh, the poem only wants me to think one thing. And then it's just like, how well did the poem do that? How well did it get that to me? And that's still interesting. But when there's a question of like, I know the poem is getting at something, but I can't quite tell. That's kind of cool. Verse that's terse is worse despite it. Being clean, I'd never write it. Welcome and shake my sphere. verse that's terse is worse. That's so good. You're so good with words. Verse that's terse is worse despite it. Being clean, I'd never write it. You never would. Never at all. Slam is people going up against each other. Yeah, it's competition, which, has some spectacle. I know the best people, a lot of big things happening. Spoken word is a performance for sure, right? And I think that's why people gravitate to it as well. It's pretty like personal. Spoken word is monologue, sermon, music. The rhythm takes you along. This poem is for the eye, not for the musical for the ear. Yeah. And I think poetry for the eye is often a little difficult for the 6-7 Gen Z, Gen Alpha, like TikTok, or Gen Z as well. Instagram Reels kind of generation. Lol, thank you. How's stream been? Stream's been great. We drew a graph, which I haven't kind of done in a while. And like we got some good, I don't know, like a schizo-effective note-taking today. So these poems have been good. I've been enjoying them. I'd like to figure out TikTok plus poetry. I would like to suggest that you don't do that. But that's my personal opinion. I think that's just based on my belief in the value of art going up. Okay. My definition of good art, right? I'm going to explain to you why I don't believe in posting poetry on TikTok anymore. Art, okay? Art has value, personal, maybe cultural. And when we engage with art, we spend like time with the art, right? I can read it, I can read it again, I can read it again, right? More time. I think good art is defined as a, piece of art with an upward trend over time that continues to get better as one spends more time with the piece of art. I think mediocre art or decent art, maybe you like spend some time with it and it gets better and then it like levels off and then you're like, okay, I'm not going to, reread this book, for example. Good art makes you want to reread it. Bad art, right, is either something that's giving you like no value at all, or you read it and you're like, this is actively making my experience worse, right? So this is how I understand the quality of art. It's through the time that you spend with it. Like, that's my framing. It's my kind of position. TikTok hinges on the fact of posting like a freaking 60-second video. I mean, you can do longer on TikTok, right? But the reality is that like TikTok is designed to keep you scrolling and keep you moving and have you spend as little amount of time with like each individual post as you can, right? That's how TikTok works. Wants you to scroll, but stay on the app. I mean, sometimes it wants you to stay and engage you, sure. But like, it wants you to keep going and consuming. It wants you to like spiral, right? And that to me means TikTok as a platform like is contradictory through its premise to me to the idea of creating good art. And I think this is supported in my mind by I've seen things that have genuinely powerful artistic vision on TikTok. Filmmakers, animators, poets, and I'll watch it for the 1 minute or 2 minutes or 3 minutes and I'll be like, man, that was great. That was super cool. And then about 10 minutes later, I will have no recollection of the thing I just watched, right? Because I've already like filled my mind with other things. It's a platform that gives you no time to dwell on something. And at that point, can I even say I really engaged with the piece of art if I consumed it and have no recollection of it like 5 minutes later? Like, probably not, right? And I don't want to put my art on a space where it's consumed like that. So I don't. That's my argument against TikTok, basically. I just post them however long it takes to read. And yeah, it's fine to just like post them however long. And I think it's like fine also, like you post it, no expectation. And like if people see it, it's cool. But there's a certain point where I'm like, yeah, maybe some people would get value out of my art if I posted it here, but I don't want people to consume my art in that way, so I'm not going to do it, And there's nothing wrong with posting on TikTok, to be clear. Like, that's fine. The way I see it, I want my art to reach more people, and some people are only on TikTok. Yeah, I think that's true. And for me, it's just like, if I want my art to reach people, I want to reach them in a way that is genuine to my art. And that's like a place like this where we can slow down and have conversations about art and engage with it. And, yeah. So I don't want to feed into that sort of thing, I guess. Sort of where I'm at. I'm impervious to brainwashing, fortunately. Oh, if you are, that's quite the superpower. I got myself on YouTube vintage. Yeah. Um, TikTok is all about trends. People will not consciously see it, right? Like people's brains are off on TikTok. I know. I've doom scrolled, right? Um, it's very deceiving. It's just dopamine rush. Yeah, and I think like the narrative that TikTok creates community, like when people were trying to ban, when US was trying to ban TikTok, right? People were all like, no, 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 you can't take away, you know, TikTok. This is where, um, this is where I find community. And uh, I disagree with this as well. Um, because I think the community that is found on TikTok is not genuine community. Um, and it's like the abstraction of community, and it's bad. I don't like TikTok. I really don't like TikTok. MySpace was for community. Right, yeah. Non-algorithmic, um, sort of self-curated, independent forums were a space for community, which was before my time. MySpace was before my time. Guys, I'm too young for MySpace. That's kind of where I'm at. I never got to experience that, nor did I ever get to experience like internet forums in their golden age. And, it's possible to have something that actually resembles community online with a lot of intention and like multiple people engaging. I think we're close to something like community on like this stream. I wouldn't necessarily like say that this community has all of the aspects of what I would consider to be like an ideal and functional community. But we are getting there, right? Because I think, a community, there's a pretty, yeah, I mean, like, there's a huge indie author community on TikTok. Yes, there's like book talk. And like, but I think, like, to me, a bunch of people posting about the same things is not community, right? That's like a co-opting of the term. Community is like people who you can rely on and who can support you emotionally, materially. Um, People whose shoulder you can cry on. And like something that, anyway, personal engagement, emotional engagement, that stuff's all inherent to community. It doesn't necessarily have to be physical. I think that helps though. It's where I met EJ. Dope. And like, yeah, you can meet people, and it is possible to make people, meet people and talk to people, right? At which point, like, you're sort of doing the community thing, talking, engaging. But I think TikTok and like algorithmic doom scroll doesn't need to exist for that community building to happen. And community is used as an excuse, and as a sort of illusion to justify the bad thing that is TikTok, that has like millions and millions, billions of people addicted to it, right? At least 1 billion probably. Yeah, that's a whole tangent. That was a whole ass tangent. I guess we never actually got back into the poem, so it wasn't a tangent yet, because we were talking about this, and then we were talking about this, and then we were talking about this, and this, and now we circle back to the poem. I think maybe there's a few more things to talk about with this one. Um, and so Cizik, um, you said this poem, like the actual context that you gave, um, before the ad break or before the mental and motion break was that this is like autobiographical, right? And two separate poems and put them together. Took years to think about it. And it is the poet, in parentheses, the character at 14, right? Being forced to give birth. That's the part of me that experienced the poem. And child forced into adoption. But I hope there's power in walking away from. So then we have like the forcing into adoption, which is like, holy shit, incredibly heavy. And many other things like implied by that stuff that are very sad. The birth thing was my original thread in the poem, and then it ran a bunch of directions. Yeah, and we have, like this idea of childhood and aging, and you wake in a closet of wire hangers, triangles hooked in each other's necks. You unstaple your own wound before the edges seem to fuse. I'm going to read the whole poem again. You wake in a closet of wire hangers, triangles hooked in each other's necks. You unstaple your own wound before the edges seemed to fuse. In the backyard once strung with clothesline, thorn vines are turning the garden to thickets. Your bedroom floor is shredded in the corners. You exhale, a spool rolls off the edge. In the basement where you played as a kid, webs are strewn in the cot frame, and insects crawl and die as dust in the carpet fiber. This feels, so I think that context really helps this be understood, because it's like, that makes sense as like the death and decay of childhood, of innocence, which, right, that experience would naturally cause, where it's like this thing, the cot, the basement as a child, becomes the symbol for childhood itself. And as that thing, has an insect crawl in, which, I mean, this is visceral and maybe feels like it almost implies, back to the sexual, the assault of the poem. And insects crawl in and die as dust in the carpet fiber. It decays, it destroys, and innocence and childhood is dead. You wake up in a closet. Oh, I think I was like reading the whole thing and then I stopped. In the basement where you played as a kid, webs are strewn on the cot frame and insects crawl and die as dust in the carpet fiber. The chest of drawers on the back wall holds patterns for dresses you refuse to wear. Tracing paper is still pinned to the gingham cloth for projects begun and forgotten. You can't unsew buttons. You can rip out unwanted seams. When your fabric starts to fray, that's when you make your escape. Yeah, I mean, like, so the poem ends with this sort of position that you can, right? You can rip out unwanted seams when the fabric is fraying. and you can escape from it. I think that's what you said, um, you know, sometime before Cathsic, right? Before all the TikTok conversation. Um, where did you say it? I don't know. A lot of chats. That there's power in walking away from it, right? That like we get to the end and there is this feeling somewhat of getting away. But also like our title, right? We come back to the title at the end, rip out stitches, comma, run. And I mean like just the phrase sort of colloquially um to run from the past um really feels like relevant to this poem, right? um that like it leaves the question of, to me, is this empowering? Is this liberating? I mean, it is, right? Because it's an escape. But it's sort of always going to be haunted by that idea of running from the past. That it is like, that this stuff never goes away, right? That like those scars, the edges never seem to fuse. Those memories never go away. What is degraded is gone. And maybe that's one of the things that also helps this poem feel vague as an interpretation, because it sits somewhere between hopeful and like fundamentally, like damaged. And these things can coexist, I think, right? It's like we talked about in the earlier poem on stream, where like this is made beautiful from the existing of opposites together, where we have, the light and dark, where we have the literal and mystical. And this one is sort of the same, but in this case, it makes the reality all the more maybe crushing, right? That we do have the possibility of hope, and that hope is necessarily wrapped up in hurt, right? Like hope is hoping for something better. And you'd wish, right, that this, that you in this poem would never have to hope and have to escape and have to have it existed in that situation. And yet that's the case, right? Like hope is contingent on a bad situation and the idea of a better one. And I think that makes the poem feel very real, right? Because we don't exist in absolute torment. We don't exist in absolute good and hope and positive. I mean, that's like delusion. Yeah. So like that's and like, and maybe that's why this line sticks out here, right? Though you can't unsew buttons. Like buttons doesn't really make sense in the poem. We don't talk about buttons before. They're another like textile, sewing, garments, clothing thing. But this line kind of implies that like there are things that you can't undo. There are things that are like ingrained. I think it's interesting that like, right, in reality you can unsew, well, I guess you can't unsew buttons. You kind of have to rip buttons off because buttons are tied on, whereas, a thread can kind of get pulled out once it starts to fray and it just unspools itself. Um, and like there are some memories knotted in, and there are some that will sort of slowly unravel and will slowly fray away, and also can just be torn at. Um, and I guess maybe that says even that the escape is in, right, time and the ripping and the gradual fraying, and sort of like the decay of the decay, I guess. Right, we have the initial destruction of the childhood bedroom, the decay, the, desecration of this thing. Um, and maybe Leon, right? It's not that time will stitch it up. It's that this decay, this thing that is woven into us, this like patch of dark, horrible fabric of memory unravels, right? And it's not an act of sewing and stitching oneself back up. It's about like moving on and forgetting. I really like that line though, Leon. I'm just spinning it back the other way. But yeah, they tell me time will stitch it up. They never tell me how to sew. That's a great little single line. It's sort of the opposite of this one in a sense, or maybe this poem is an answer to it. You don't sew, right? The spool just has to roll off the edge. You have to breathe. It takes time. Yeah. Right. It's an unsewing. It's an unstapling. It takes the idea of time stitching, but takes it in a different direction. Yeah. Like the opposite direction. It's brilliant. Like the events we experience are things that become stitched into us out of our control. These visceral staples, right, put into the body for this event that was out of the subject's control. Or I guess the object, you, right? It's a second person poem, which is cool. And then, yeah, time decays, time destroys, and life is the thing that kind of stitches things into us. That's cool. This line kind of dresses you refuse to wear, kind of takes on a maybe, I don't know, kind of unsettling connotation. I mean, the whole poem's already deeply unsettling and kind of horrifying when we think about it within the context of like sexual assault, rape, right? If there are maybe specific garments associated with those memories and stuff like that that have been like shoved away. But even that, like memories, right? Or like things you refuse to try to keep putting back on, keep re-wearing. And they'll sit there and just kind of decay. This is dope. It's a great poem. I have the line, and I stitch the fabric, the thread spinning in reverse in one of my older poems. Yeah. Kind Kazik, I really love this poem of yours. It's like so good. Kazik, you got the makings of writing a horror novel, in case you never thought about it. Yeah, I mean, like, it's, right, horror poetry. I mean, this probably is horror poetry, right? Um, I think a lot of people associate horror poetry with, like, Mr. Poe, Edgar Allan. Um, but I think, ravens and death and skulls. I think I've found lately, especially in terms of like the stuff I get on stream, right? Modern poetry, that did Gustave Flaubert write horror poetry? That's crazy. I've only ever read Madame Bovary. Um, but in terms of modern poetry, like I see a lot of stuff that is like about sort of the horrors of modern existence, let's say as a woman or as a trans person or as a black person in America, um, or, as any person kind of oppressed. And some of the stuff that really digs into like the visceral bodily elements of the way people are treated in society, like I feel like takes on the connotation of horror and is kind of most of what I see um, lately that would be considered, right? Um, Horror poetry, you know? Or confessionalism like Anne Sexton and Sylvia Plath. I really got to read Sylvia. I've not read any of her work, nor have I read Anne Sexton. I think there is so much poetry to read, and it's crazy, right? There's just like so much. Maybe I've read a little bit of Sexton. Anyway, I've read like maybe one Plath poem, maybe one Sexton poem. um, Lovecraft, yeah, I guess so. Wait, Lovecraft wrote poetry? I didn't know that. That's cool. Could look into that. Honestly, I'm just name dropping it because I love the name, and I'm chaotic, as you might have noticed. I have noticed. I had more reproductive rights than my daughters and granddaughters. This is a tragedy. Yeah. Um, yeah. And yeah, it is. And then I think, tragedy is very close to like the framing of horror, right? The taking away, the fear, the imminent danger to one's own body, right? There's a lot of parallels there. Um, I think, I don't know, I think the horror genre, I feel like the slasher film did a disservice to like horror in media as a whole, where it's sort of like um, really made horror like, I don't know, just about like death and some guy like hunting you down with a knife. I think it goes very, very far beyond that. I've never been big on slasher films. I kind of hate on them, you know. Whatever. Um, I think that's most of what I have to say about this poem. I know we definitely meandered around a lot. Um, Horror, because here the fuck we are. I'm outside yelling at fascism. Yeah. Um, so yeah, I think we're done with this poem unless we have any other questions, comments, thoughts. Um, if anyone wants to tell Kazik that they absolutely hated this poem and air all of their grievances out now, now's the time. Um, and if you want to say how much you love it, definitely do that because, I mean, it's a banger. Although if you don't think it's a banger, that's okay too. Um, Subjectivity and all. Ginny, from my heart, I thank you for all your incredible analysis. I appreciate you tons. I like when people hate my poems, right? That's a reaction. I think a lot of people read poems and don't react, and that's worse than disliking it, right? Um, I also think it's very rare that people actually spend time like this with a poem. So it's kind of unfortunate. But I do it, so that's fun. Here's the poem again. Reading it one more time for y'all's listening pleasure or displeasure or kind of unsettling beauty. Rip out the stitches, run. You wake in a closet of wire hangers, triangles hooked in each other's necks. You unstaple your own wound before the edges seemed to fuse. In the backyard, once strung with clothesline, thorn vines are turning the garden to thickets. Your bedroom floor is shredded in the corners. You exhale. A spool rolls off the edge. In the basement, where you played as a kid, webs are strewn on the cot frame and insects crawl in and die as dust in the carpet fiber. The chest of drawers on the back wall holds patterns for dresses you refuse to wear. Tracing paper is still pinned to the gingham cloth for projects begun then forgotten. Though you can't unsew buttons, you can rip out unwanted seams. When your fabric starts to fray, that's when you'll make your escape. Rip out the stitches. Run. By Katzik. Thank you so very much for submitting. And that's like that's a heavy one. That's a personal one. So, you know, more power to you for sending that. Because that's intense and that's personal. All the love and consensual forehead kisses. Oh my gosh, I love forehead kisses. Those are the best. Those gotta be more popular, I think. I hated how good it was. Exactly, you were a gem. You're one of my most favorite streamers, truly. Thank you all. You know, I'm streaming the thing that I wish, you know, like there was more of. Like stream comes from the desire to have someone read my poetry in the way that I read poetry. That's sort of where it comes from, right? And you know, people say like make the music you want to hear, make the product you want to exist. Unfortunately, the thing with that is I can only ever read other people's poetry, and I can only ever kind of give. Thanks for subscribing, Leon. I appreciate that. That I suppose helps all this happen, though it seems like it happens anyway. But you know, like I just want like, you know, for someone to read my poetry like that. I think that'd be cool. So instead I, you know, read other people's poetry like this. words, you know. Um, but that was an excellent piece of writing, I must say. Um, very raw, you know, confessional, like y'all said. That's a very modern poetic thing, right? It's definitely the popular medium. That's all the poetry for today. Definitely. Definitely couldn't like um I couldn't read another one after that, right? And I wouldn't want to read another poem after 4 hours of streaming. It was a good stream. It was long. You read like you're holding the lantern, leading us into adventure. That's so kind. Um, I I've said this before. I'll say it again. You know, I have the privilege of reading other people's work, and that other people entrust things that are dear to them, to me, right? To show, to share, and to read. And if I'm right handling something that someone else really cares about, um, if we think of a delicate object, I should hold that thing gently. But more so, I should care for that thing in the way it should be cared for. If someone entrusts a plant to me, I should water it the right way. Um, and, you know, a poem, um, when read out loud, I mean, it can make such a difference how you read it. And the way you treat that poem really affects the way that people interpret it. And that means the way I read the poem affects the way that someone else is interpreted by proxy through me. Um, because we interpret people by proxy through their poetry. A few steps removed, but you know, if I didn't read right, uh, that would be unkind, I think. So I try to read well. um, you know, some of the poems make me want to read well, and this one was one of them. It's a good poem. Like, how could I not engage with that on an emotional level when reading, right? Um, I'd have to be like numb to not. Um, yeah. Blah blah blah. Talking about the same things every time. Like a broken record. But it's important. It's important. Um, that's all for stream. I gotta rest my sensitive little brain, because it did a whole lot of sensing in the last 4 hours. I'm peacing out. Much love. Thanks again, Imogen. Yes, thank you for coming by. Thank you for sharing your work. Thank you, Nikki and Leone, for being around. Thank you, anyone else who's around, lurking, on Twitch, on YouTube. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, even though they're gone now. What was their name? Happy the Hound for submitting the other poem on stream. Yeah. Oh, by the way, you don't mind if I give you a nickname? No, that's fine. And Ginny is totally cool. I've had people call me Ginny before. I used to like strictly go by Ginny on actually on stream. Like I was Ginny. And then I went to Imogen because that's like my actual name, but the nickname is still cool because, you know, it's Ginny. But you can do Jin, you can do Mo, you can do Immy, Iggy, Jen. It's one of the factors into choosing that name is that it has many nickname possibilities for anyone's taste, you know. So it's whatever. Names are just symbols that point to a specific thing. And if I know you're referring to me, then that's fine. Because I'm the thing that exists in the present as observer and thinker. Anyway, that's all. Thanks for watching. I've been Imogen. This has been Poetry and Imogen, and on Two Thirds Lotus. Next stream is on Saturday, which is Valentine's Day. I don't have a Valentine, which means I'll be reading poetry on Twitch. Yeah, that's where it's at. That's the best Valentine's activity. Okay, I'm lingering too long. Thanks for watching. Keep making art you love. Be awesome, be kind, be cool, be gentle. Be intentional. Can all be your Valentine? Yes, you can, but only if you show up to stream on Valentine's Day. Then you would be my Valentine. So, see y'all then. Bye.